Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer. I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1476 of the War News stream. And tonight we have some interesting news, to say the least. We've seen that Iran has begun deploying anti-ship mines in the Strait of Hormuz, generally the worst-case scenario. We've also seen that major airstrikes are now hitting Iranian military sites and major cities, including Tehran. And also, U.S. intelligence is warning of Iran's sleeper cell activation around the world. And we have a lot of news to cover. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 48 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of significant developments from the Middle East, Eastern Europe, with the ongoing war in Ukraine, and the ongoing global situation around the world in multiple different fronts. We have been able to confirm that as of the past 12 hours, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is in fact in the active process of laying a minefield inside of the Strait of Hormuz, which we largely assume to be the worst case scenario that the United States of America could currently face in the ongoing conflict. However, the United States of America is still landing some significant hits on the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' ground forces and air forces around the rest of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we're able to target and destroy a couple of Iran's smaller patrol vessels and mine layers inside of their harbors and ports over the course of the day. However, it does appear that right now the situation around the strait is incredibly tenuous, and it does appear that a large amount of companies such as MSC and Hapag-Lloyd have already canceled all routes and voyages through the area of the Strait of Hormuz for an indefinite period of time, as they are waiting to see how the situation will develop. We've also been able to additionally see at the exact same time that the United States of America was able to land some significant hits on the Iranian bat boats once again, or at least the last one of the class today, which was directly hit by an anti-ship ordnance and is currently sinking to the bottom just outside of Bandar Abbas. However, it also does appear that at the exact same time, the United States is seeing that situations within Iraq and Syria are becoming a little bit strenuous to the point of attention. The U.S. airstrikes have slammed into Iranian militias within Iraq near to the area of the city of Al-Qaim, directly along the Syrian-Iraqi border. And we've also heard of firefights of a mysterious sort breaking out within the area of Deir ez-Zor. It does not appear that this is any actions of the SDF, which has ceased to exist as of a couple of weeks ago, really more so a month or two ago. This appears to possibly be an action by ISIS against the forces of al-Jilani's government within the city of Deir ez-Zor, which has come under Syrian interim government occupation since about a month and a half ago. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that the U.S. consulate within Erbil was also hit, and air defense actions have been ongoing around the entirety of the region, as while the Islamic Republic of Iran has largely run out of transporter-erector launchers to be able to fire off their missiles, it does not appear that their drone launching capabilities have been reduced by any significant margin, and drone attacks are still a significant threat to U.S. and coalition forces throughout the region. We have heard that the Saudi government, the UAE, the Jordanian government, the Israelis, the British, and multiple other countries have confirmed that they have shot down drones over the area of the Middle East over about the past 48 hours, a significant number of them as a matter of fact. Currently, we're also hearing that the Europeans are currently mustering a multinational carrier strike group, largely revolving around the French nuclear power carrier, the Charles de Gaulle, as it is still making its way at the moment towards the area of the Eastern Mediterranean to possibly join in offensive campaigns and strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran, or for larger defensive actions for France's diplomatic allies within the region. We've also seen that French vessels have now undertaken escort duties through the southern Red Sea, helping container ships to pass by the fairly well-armed, at least in anti-ship capabilities, the Yemeni Houthis, which may still pose a threat to international shipping that is trying to pass in and out of the Suez Canal via the southern end of the Red Sea. Additionally, we have also been able to hear that due to the pretty difficult situation that we have heard of, at least within the Middle East, the United States Indo-PACOM has actually relocated a significant amount of THAADs, literally all THAADs that are currently within 8th Army's command inside of South Korea, and a large number of Patriot air defense missiles from South Korea and into the area of the Middle East. Currently, the South Korean government is putting up significant protests to this, as this is largely seen that most U.S. air defenses within the entirety of the 8th Army have been removed from South Korea and are currently going to be relocated to the Middle East. This comes as North Korea is conducting a significant amount of escalatory actions at the moment, and it does appear the tensions are beginning to run once again incredibly high between the two Koreas. We have been able to hear that the South Koreans are stating that this is largely jeopardizing the defensive and strategic situation on the peninsula, but nevertheless, no matter their complaints, it appears that the United States is not really listening to their concerns at the moment. However, we've also been able to hear of some other major developments over the course of the day elsewhere. In a little bit of positive news, we have been able to hear that the International Energy Agency, completely different than the IAEA, which revolves around nuclear weaponry and nuclear power, has stated that they will be trying to see as many strategic oil reserves around the world opened as rapidly as possible to try and manage oil prices for as long as physically possible, as it does appear that the Strait of Hormuz's closure will become effectively an incredibly long one. We've also been able to see that with the war in Ukraine ongoing, the Ukrainian armed forces were able to land a major hit today on a factory within the city of Bryansk and have been able to hold the Russians at bay, inflicting significant casualties and largely stopping any, if all, Russian advances over the course of this day. We've also been able to see some other interesting news today, as some plane spotters within Eastern California were able to spot the all-mysterious B-21 Raider in what appears to be flight exercises and flight drills to see how well the airframe performs and to see if there's any sort of flaws with the actual operating prototypes that the United States Air Force is currently still working with at the moment. But with that in mind, we are going to be making sure to get into all of our news tonight, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on into the smaller stories throughout the night. But before we do that, we actually have breaking news once again coming out on air at this moment right now. And so we're going to be breaking to that here for a brief moment. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so it's very interesting that every time we go live, it seems like the U.S. starts doing crazy stuff like the moment we go live. So right now we're seeing that there are major U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. Right now we're seeing the Mehrabad airport inside of Tehran, which is the very large airport that has been struck many times before, actually. It's currently taking a very, very big beating right now from U.S. airstrikes. So we are getting some footage of that, by the way. And also just to remind y'all, the last time we saw strikes on this location, we saw a whole bunch of aircraft destroyed. Like the entire place looks like a boneyard, like a scrapyard at this point. So I'm not sure what's left, but they're hitting something else at that location right now. So unfortunately, let's take a look at that video and see what we can tell from it.
And taking a look at this video, here is the clip that we're currently getting of the strikes near to or on the Mehrabad International Airport. You know,
Pretty
Matthew,
strong, pretty strong, and pretty respectable, actually.
I think that in this video, we were able to see that the bombs were at least larger than 5 pounds, and there was maybe more than one of them.
Now that's a very keen observation, I must admit. We don't, like I said though, we don't know what they're hitting here, but I think they're turning this place into mincemeat, whatever's left of it right here. Not a huge attack. Like I think the last attack that we saw was larger than that, but it is pretty respectable. Also, by the way, Enforcer, before we move on, by the way, I want to quickly answer this question for the people asking. Everybody's saying, how much did you guys raise for the Wounded Warriors Project on Sunday? We raised over 21,000, by the way. Just wanted to give a huge shout to the LSA for making that happen once again. I see a whole bunch of people asking about it. Before we get too deep into the news, just wanted to give a huge shout out, by the way. That was fantastic on Sunday.
Also, really quickly, to go and find the exact number, let me mute that here really quickly. We actually raised $22,788 on the fundraiser for the Wounded Warriors Project this Sunday, which is our record fundraiser, at least for several years at this point. It is the largest fundraiser that we have seen since the fires in LA, which I believe happened around the winter of 2024 to 2025. So this would have been the record for about a solid year at this point for fundraising. As a matter of fact, smashed the record that we were able to get for the Los Angeles Fire Department and has actually surpassed it by a significant amount, possibly being one of the largest fundraisers that we have run in years, as a matter of fact, which is really amazing to see. And I do have to say, folks, that it is really, truly the power of the Lee Spring Army and its combined arms in terms of fundraising support that was able to see that such an amazing feat was able to happen this Sunday. A truly incredible thing. And I actually was able to hear from a lot of my friends, which are veterans or currently serving. A lot of them reached out, actually, funnily enough, after the show. A lot of them watched the show, and a lot of them were thanking us greatly for raising funds for the Wounded Warriors Project, because a lot of the people that I know that are veterans actually did get help from the Wounded Warriors Project after they got out of the services during the War on Terror, and they said that they were absolutely incredible. And so I got to thank you all greatly for raising that support on that fundraiser, because it truly has been an amazing thing to see, and hopefully we'll be helping out a lot of wounded soldiers who are coming home from the current conflict at the moment right now.
Indeed. Also, by the way, we have a little bit more breaking news as well happening right now. We are seeing that apparently there have been Iranian missiles spotted over Israel. We do have some video coming out of that. I just reposted it. So it looks like there's an active interception situation happening over Israel. We also had heard that the Gulf states are once again getting attacked for the millionth time at this point. So there's still an ongoing tit for tat going on literally at this hour. And as you can see right there, there's some footage from Israel.
And we can see those two clips right here, once again showing smaller numbers. And when I mean small, it looks like it might just be a handful of missiles. You could probably count the number that's currently in Israeli airspace right now on one hand. So it is not a wildly large number whatsoever, possibly 4 or 5 of them. But even still, we have seen that interceptor depletion has started to become a significant issue, even inside of Israel and most coalition states. And so we have seen that even with these fairly limited numbers of missiles being fired, it doesn't really seem like, at least at the moment, they're all being shot down. You would think that with this sort of a small number, it would be a 100% interception rate. It still looks like it's around an 80 to 70% interception rate right now. So from what we can tell, it does appear that while the amount of missile fire from Iran has significantly decreased by about 90% or more at this point, it also appears that interception rates have remained just about the same or have actually slightly decreased over the course of about the past 10 to 11 days. So while we are seeing that the Iranians are firing less missiles, there still is about 1 or 2 per launch that are able to make it through the air defenses and hit their targets in the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, Iraq, or Israel, or also including Jordan, which has seen not as many hits as other countries or attempted attacks, but still has been hit from time to time.
Yeah, it does appear so. So right now, that's pretty much all the breaking news that we have. So I'll keep an eye out to see if anything else is happening at the moment. But for now, it appears to be interceptions over Israel. We're seeing apparently confirmed explosions in the Gulf states, which unfortunately at this point is pretty much no shock. And also we're seeing Iran get hit pretty hard, especially at the Mehrabad airport inside of Tehran. So we'll keep an eye out. But for now, that is the breaking news.
And with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to get on into all of the news that we have been able to get over the past 48 hours, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller ones throughout the night. I do have to tell y'all, folks, that there has been a little bit of an unfortunate development that has happened within the Strait of Hormuz, as we have seen, and to show y'all this from yesterday, The strait is largely completely devoid of any traffic, and we can even see that here on Maritime Tracker as well, as we can see that really the only ships that are attempting to pass through at the moment are all generally some sort of vessels that are heading to Iran, which we can see right here, which appear to have their designated ports of arrival somewhere within the Islamic Republic of Iran, which appear to be the only ships that are making it through. Like, for example, this vessel here, which is actually bound for Bandar Abbas at this moment. The rest of the oil tankers that we have seen throughout the area generally are not passing through the strait. And there's been a decent amount of misinformation about the situation at the moment, so I'll try and show y'all here what the past 48 hours have looked like, or really what yesterday looked like within the strait, and give y'all a little bit of a broader and more greater understanding of what we're seeing right now within the strait. Currently, we're seeing that some vessels, like the Rosanna, which we generally believed was an Iranian flagged vessel, are able to pass through the strait, and that has been the case for quite a while at this point, pretty much through the entirety of the conflict. But other vessels, which we can see here, I want to point out these two larger groups for all of y'all. This little group right here around the Longevity, which y'all can see right there in that picture, and also around the Shadeen up here where the mouse cursor is at. These are actually holding areas where vessels go to pretty much sit out and wait their ability to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and these are fairly common places for ships to go, even before the war began, to wait for their time to pass through the strait. Because the strait is such a narrow passage, it's only about 30 miles wide, and while that sounds pretty big in normal human terms, where, you know, say you're driving on an interstate and whatnot, 30 miles wide, especially for the traffic that's seen in the area of the Persian Gulf, is actually a fairly narrow sort of a passage. And so usually at times passage is limited, and vessels will just hang out here either waiting for resupplies, waiting for passage permits or approvals, and then they'll try and pass through the strait. But we can see here that generally most vessels that were on the move are generally kind of just going to Iran, or they're going to one of the larger pooling locations like this one here off of the coast of the United Arab Emirates. And it does appear that at the moment, there really is absolutely no passages being made by most Western vessels. And it appears that certainly is the case, because the larger company MSC today has actually announced that they are going to completely stop shipping through the Strait of Hormuz until the war subsides. So generally, this is showing that MSC has a complete lack of confidence at the moment of the safety of passage through the Strait of Hormuz. And for this reason, the company has decided that they're not going to be sending any ships through. MSC is one of the largest shipping companies in the world, and the modern day shipping industry is one that is not as diverse or varied as it used to be in the days of old during the break bulk shipping eras that we saw before intermodal containerization largely took over and the era of the super ship started to come into play. Nowadays, shipping companies generally revolve around 8 major transporters. Even inside of the oil industry, you'll usually see the same companies like Hapag-Lloyd, MSC, Maersk, and others generally running that part of the shipping industry as well. But from what we're understanding, they're believing as a company that it would be too dangerous to pass through. And there's also a lot of additional detail that I have to tell y'all here that has been heavily mired in the public. When a ship turns off its transponder, it doesn't end up disappearing for the Iranians. It just ends up disappearing for all of us. So if a U.S. flagged or some sort of a Western flagged tanker or cargo ship tries to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, the Iranians actually have these things called surface search radars, which are able to actually look out into the Strait of Hormuz and pick up any vessels that are within that area. That's actually how you operate an anti-ship missile launcher, is via a surface search radar. Those are the very same radars, as a matter of fact, that are on board U.S. warships and other warships from every navy around the world, that allows for them to skim the surface with a surface search radar and pick up any vessels that are out there at sea. As a matter of fact, you don't even really need to be in a navy to have a surface search radar. Radars, or at least, I guess you could say sea-level based radars, are fairly common even on smaller vessels as well these days. It's nothing unheard of. So a transponder being turned off does not mean that a tanker has safe passage through this area. It still will be attacked because the Iranians can still see it. And considering the very short range that the Strait of Hormuz is in at the moment, that means that the Iranians would easily be able to fire an anti-ship missile, and response times for air defenses in the area to be able to try and shoot down that anti-ship missile or even detect the anti-ship missiles, considering that they're flying only about 50 feet above sea level, is going to be fairly slim. They're probably highly unlikely in reality, meaning that any larger ship that would attempt to pass through the area would still get hit by Iranian anti-ship missiles. And I know there's been a lot of misinformation out there by a lot of people saying, oh, look, the ships are actually making it through. But as a matter of fact, it even even is seen that companies like Goldman Sachs are saying that the oil generally isn't making it through. This is every single day up until the 9th of March, which was yesterday. And we can see that while they're saying that there is a tiny amount of oil that has somehow been able to make it through, most if not all of that was from Chinese tankers that generally have safe passage by the Iranians. Really, no Western ships are making it through at all. And to give you all a little bit of an understanding of the larger geopolitical situation that's currently going on, China is a humongous allied partner of the Islamic Republic of Iran and is in fact trying to provide them with some form of military support, not with the PLA, but generally through weapons and equipment that could be provided to the Iranians to try and help them to survive the war a little bit longer. Because of that, the Iranians don't want to screw the Chinese over, because screwing the Chinese over would generally see that their relationship with the Chinese sours, which is really their only major foreign supporter at this point. So for that reason, the Iranian anti-ship missile batteries on shore are actually giving safe passage to the Chinese tankers, but really nobody else. So the vessel has to be registered and flagged out of the People's Republic of China to be able to have safe passage through the strait right now. If they are not actually flagged out of China and registered in China, they're not being given safe passage at the moment. So that oil transit number, which is still only about 20% of the norm that we saw before the war started, is basically all Chinese. So at the moment, there is absolutely no oil making it out to Western markets, even still at this moment.
Yeah. Yeah, also, I've been seeing it today. Also, folks, like you have to keep in mind that right now the information warfare, Iran's doing it and the United States is doing it. And I'm not ashamed to say that. We are seeing people lie like crazy today. They are lying, saying that ships are going through the strait. They're saying that everything's totally normal. That is a bold-faced lie, to say the least. The major shipping companies, like the enforcer just mentioned, are canceling voyages through the strait. So that's a huge situation. That's a lot of traffic that's gone right there. You can also see from the transponder data that there are tons of vessels, pretty much the majority of them are pulling up at both sides of the strait, and they're not going through. They're simply setting anchor and they're staying there. They're not going through. And the ships that you see going through the strait and turning off their transponder, those are rare. Those are the ones that are either Chinese vessels or perhaps they're just ones that are willing to risk the situation and go for it anyway, which is only a small handful of ships. So the people out there claiming that the strait is open, that is just delusional gone wild. Like, it's not open. And pretty much anybody out there that has really studied this will tell you that, except for people that are trying to push an agenda of some sort. So it's wild. Like, there's a ton of people that believe that misinformation too. Like, a lot of people are. I'm seeing that all over the place.
And it would be great to say that the passages were being allowed, but the problem is, folks, is that the U.S. has just announced today, and largely has been announcing throughout the entirety of the day, that they're going to keep the war going until the Iranian government collapses and until they achieve unconditional surrender. And so if we're looking at that from an Iranian perspective, why would they ever reopen the Strait of Hormuz under those conditions and basically allow the West to go scot-free without any damage at all, when they could easily start to inflict significant economic damage, which is basically their only recourse at this point, to try and see that they get some leverage to where the war might end, to where their government doesn't collapse. That would make absolutely no sense at all. And that's why that larger story or narrative that's going around today, that the oil is flowing like water again, doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Because it's basically, Iran would at that point basically be denying itself the only advantage that it has against the United States in the war, because they're getting completely obliterated in every other way at the moment in the conflict. So that's why they're not letting ships pass through the strait freely. Yeah. And that's also why turning off your transponder isn't going to work either.
Yeah, also, by the way, there was a claim earlier today. I won't mention the official that said it. Everybody can determine who that is for themselves. But there was an individual today that came out and claimed that the U.S. Navy had escorted a ship through the strait. That turned out to be completely false. That was not true. So later it was corrected and they had to walk that back. But everybody this morning was, blowing my phone up saying, "Look, Matt, you were wrong. They're escorting ships through." I'm like, what? I was in disbelief this morning. I was like, no way they just escorted a ship through there with them firing missiles and stuff like that. That just doesn't seem possible. And also they had said it wasn't possible to do escorts before. So later on, it turns out, oh, well, that was actually not true at all. They just made that up. So there's no escorts happening. Like, I see a couple of people saying, but I thought they escorted a ship. They didn't. That turned out to be fake.
I believe the press secretary of the White House actually came out and stated that that information was not correct, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think they came out and corrected it directly from the White House, actually.
Yeah, so, while it was earlier on in the morning said that a U.S. warship, somehow, by the way, with basically all of Iran's anti-ship capabilities largely still intact outside of the Navy, still operational in the area. Somehow a U.S. warship, which they had stated was not capable of doing this, was able to escort a ship through the Strait of Hormuz, and that just didn't happen. So the press secretary of the White House came out and largely debunked that and stated that that was not true, and that was an early statement by a government official that apparently didn't even know what they were talking about. So moving on from that, we were then able to hear that the IRGC now appears to be laying mines at the moment, and according to some statements that have been heard throughout the day, Iran has laid dozens of mines in the Strait of Hormuz in recent days. We do understand that, crazily enough, at the moment, even according to what came out in a classified congressional briefing, which some representatives and senators came out afterwards and made statements, broader ones at least, not about anything that was incredibly sensitive, but the larger situation, the United States government actually has not had a plan to clear the Strait of Hormuz the entire time, and it actually does appear that at this point, that was completely overlooked in war planning all the way up until the war started. And so now we're starting to hear that the Iranians' mine-laying vessels were not hit, and all the other vessels of the Iranian Navy, the frigates, the bat boats, the Shahid Bagheri, were all hit, but oddly enough, the smaller mine-laying vessels actually apparently were not hit, and we now are hearing that they are laying mines at this moment. We've even been able to see, just to get you all this here really quickly, that there was a statement issued by the President of the United States today, largely also corroborating that mine-laying must be going on, and we'll explain why this larger statement says that. If Iran does anything that stops the flow of oil within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the United States of America 20 times harder than they have been hit thus far. Additionally, we will take out easily destroyable targets that will make it virtually impossible for Iran to ever be built back as a nation again. Death, fire, and fury will rain upon them. But I hope and pray that does not happen. This is a gift from the United States of America to China and all those nations that heavily use the Hormuz Strait. Hopefully, is a gesture that will be greatly appreciative. So the reason why we're saying that this statement is generally showing us that there is mine laying that's going on is that it's saying if they're doing anything. And generally we've seen in prior times that whenever the President of the United States says if someone's doing something means that they're doing it right now, and we're largely trying to make it look like we're beating them to the punch in making the statement. That's been a fairly common thing over about the past year and 3 months at this point, that if the president says if on anything, then that means it's already happening, and we're trying to make it look like that's a preemptive statement to the action actually happening. But at the moment, we've also been able to see that the United States has finally started today to destroy mine layers, and I gotta say that this one was a little bit of an interesting one, because CENTCOM actually published this footage and stated that that all of these vessels had been inactive and abandoned, but this one appears to be well underway somewhere at sea. So we're believing that this was in the Strait of Hormuz when it was hit, but all of the other vessels in the rest of the clip did appear to be at port at the time that they were hit, which is showing that we're now trying to finally get rid of the mine-laying vessels, but it's coming a little bit late. You know, it's about 9 to 10 days into the war, and generally we wanted to ensure that the Iranian Navy didn't have the capability of laying a minefield, and then start moving on to destroying all of the air defenses and anti-ship missile batteries and drone launchers that the Iranians had around the Strait of Hormuz, which would then pose a second layer of a threat to U.S. vessels of the U.S. Navy and also the tankers and other commercial vessels that will attempt to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So here's the clips actually showing the direct hits on some of the smaller patrol vessels and mine layers of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' Navy. We see this vessel being hit here and literally getting blown to smithereens. We can also see the smaller patrol vessel also getting hit as well.
Also, by the way, what was the number they said they took out today? Was it 16?
16, yeah, it was 16.
16. So, also, by the way, I saw a couple people saying, well, how many does Iran have when it comes to mine-laying ships? They're not really ships necessarily. In fact, there was one of them right there that you just saw them hitting. It's more of like a small boat. So I wouldn't even really call it a ship. I mean, so they're calling them ships, so that's overstating it. They're not that large. They're more like just little like fishing boats or little patrol boats or something. I've heard they have hundreds of them, but Enforcer, what do you know about the number that they have?
Generally, they probably do have maybe over 100 of these. We actually don't know the exact number in the public, because the Iranians haven't really made that heavily available, and we also do know that the Iranians heavily overstate their abilities, so we would believe that it's over 100, but beyond that, we wouldn't know the exact number.
Yeah, so they're saying they took out 16 today. I will say, like, I'm seeing people ask this over and over in the chat. They're saying, well, how come they just waited until today to take them out? I have no idea. Like, I'm not trying to, be sarcastic there. I have no idea why they waited till today to start taking out these mine ships. They took out the entire Iranian Navy for the most part. Like, we've seen the Bagheri drone carrier get taken out. We've seen most of the battleships get taken out too. And they've been doing a number on the Iranian Navy, but for some reason they totally neglected to hit the mine ships, which is the number one threat to the Strait of Hormuz. So I have no idea. Like, that's blowing my mind, like learning that they haven't hit those yet. I don't even have a clue.
So, what's interesting about this, folks, is that as far as the Strait of Hormuz goes, and as far as a littoral warfare would go, at least on a naval setting like this, generally, the situation, at least as the highest threats that would exist within this sort of a battlefield, would be as following on the naval list, at least. The first and most foremost threat would be the mine-laying vessels of the Iranian Navy. Minefields are incredibly difficult to clear out. Regardless of what people say, and people always want to say, oh, things are very easy. In reality, especially with the situation of how short range this sort of a battlefield is in the maritime sense, this is an incredibly dangerous thing for the Iranians to do. It'd be very difficult to get in there and just have the open and free realm to be able to clear out these mines once they're laid. So that poses the largest and most imminent threat to any U.S. or more largely international waters activities passing through the strait. The second largest threat that would exist would be the Iranian Navy itself and the surface fleet. They have a significant amount of anti-ship missiles, and they can also directly board and seize vessels that are attempting to pass through the area, meaning that the ship could be taken intact and the crew could be held hostage as a threat against the United States, to where if the United States doesn't cease attacks, they may start to execute hostages, meaning that generally that situation would be the second largest threat beyond the Iranians laying a minefield. Once those two threats are dealt with, the mine layers and also the Iranian Navy, then the third threat, which is the one that's actually the most difficult and the longest term to deal with if we're speaking about military actions starting against all three of these threats on day 1 of the war, not day 10, the third largest threat would be the air defenses around the Strait of Hormuz and the anti-ship missile defenses. Because of how the strait exists, anti-ship missiles are always going to pose a threat. You literally cannot get far enough away from the Iranian coast that you're not within literal point-blank range of an Iranian anti-ship missile launcher. They could have them on the island of Qashem, they could have them on Hormuz Island or Larak, or they may have them in a safer basing to where they have a lot more maneuverability along the coastline of the Strait of Hormuz, near to Bandar Abbas, Sirik, and other areas like that. If they fire a missile at that range, a crew on board a commercial ship has basically no response time at all. They don't even know that it's coming in, and the U.S. Navy has no response time, really, if they're a good distance away, on being able to defend that ship. Now, if the destroyer of the U.S. Navy is within the Strait of Hormuz, then that's an even larger issue, because the response time window for that destroyer to shoot down an incoming anti-ship missile is wildly small. Anti-ship missiles travel at transonic speeds, meaning that they're almost at the speed of sound, which is about 700-something miles or so. And that also means that that missile will reach that warship within less than a minute, meaning that that warship has 1 minute to identify an incoming anti-ship missile, line it up on its targeting computers, and also have its weapons directors on board the vessel get that missile lined up and ready to be shot down. And then at that point, they probably have less than about 30 seconds to be able to fire off an SM-3 or some other equivalent air defense missile and shoot it down. And that means that you would have to get rid of all three layers of those threats: the Iranian mine layers, then the Iranian surface fleet and submarines, and then finally the Iranian air defenses and anti-ship missile batteries and drone launchers, which are pretty much analogous in operations to the anti-ship missile launchers, although their drones do move at a much slower speed than an anti-ship missile. And once you get rid of all of those threats, then it is finally, well, once you at least diminish the capabilities of those threats significantly, then you finally have enough of an ability to send in a U.S. warship like an Arleigh Burke or some sort of an equivalent to then try and make it through the Strait of Hormuz with a couple of tankers and container ships in tow. That is everything that you'd have to do to clear out the strait, and those are basically the three major layers of threats that are currently posed to the United States Navy and commercial shipping within that area. And largely all, except for the Iranian surface fleet, which largely has been destroyed, the Iranian mine layers, which we just heard about, largely haven't been destroyed, and also the anti-ship missile batteries have not been destroyed either. So we would have to see that there would have to be significant air operations in that area to be able to destroy the anti-ship launchers, and not only that, the Iranian mine layers as well to see that it would be safe enough at that point for the U.S. Navy to go in and do really anything at all, even escort duties. You would have to achieve all of that before you're able to conduct any actions really at all. And a lot of people have been talking about the situation right now around the area of the Strait of Hormuz, and generally the word coming around now is that the U.S. is starting to strike mine-laying vessels like we just saw in the clip from CENTCOM today. But a lot of people are putting in their thoughts as to whether or not the U.S. is prepared to be able to deal with this, or if the U.S. is going to be able to deal with this in a cinch. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so now that we're hearing today that Iran has begun mining the Strait of Hormuz, right now the current reports are that about a dozen or so mines have apparently been deployed in the strait. We're not exactly sure of the location of exactly where they are in the strait, but simply the fact that they're starting to mine it is extremely concerning, and that will have an effect on its own when it comes to traffic through the strait. So we have seen in the video that the U.S. has begun striking the mine boats today, which is a good sign, but what are your thoughts about where this is going to go? It looks like 40% of the audience said the U.S. really isn't prepared to fix the situation, while 39% said the U.S. will clear out the strait very soon, and 15% said it seems bad but needs some more info. So, first of all, I want to preface it with this. I take no pride whatsoever in being correct. We did get our analysis correct in this situation, but at the same time, though, I hope and I pray that the U.S. gets that strait opened up again, because if they don't, we're going to be in a world of shit. And that's going to be for all of us, not just a handful of people. It's going to be all of us. So hopefully they get it reopened. I'm rooting for the current military officials to figure out a solution. But at the same time, though, based on what we're seeing right now, it looks like the U.S. is a little bit behind the curve. The fact they just started striking the mine boats today, and they've generally neglected that until now, that indicates a massive oversight. Not sure why they did that or why that decision was made, but that's not inspiring confidence in me whatsoever. We are, of course, seeing that apparently Iran has hundreds, or at least 100 or so of these mine boats allegedly. We don't know the exact number, but it's rumored to be in the hundreds. So they've only taken out 16, and Iran is still mining the strait. So that's not good. So right now, I'm really not seeing a clear plan to fix the situation. I'll be perfectly honest. I'm with the 40%. Hopefully, the U.S. Gets their brains together, starts thinking about the situation and how to really catch up and fix it. Because if they don't fix it, we're going to be in trouble. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that we generally are not prepared to fix this, because I would have to be with the 40%, unfortunately, on that, because the thing is, folks, is that you generally had to get to destroying the Iranian mine layers before they laid the minefield. That was really the going plan before this war started, or at least the smartest way to go about this would have been to destroy all those mine layers before they can lay the mines. And a lot of people seem to misunderstand the situation around the Strait of Hormuz, because a lot of people say, oh, well, a mine is an easy thing to clear out because it's a stationary object, and therefore it will be easy to destroy because it cannot move. And that would be a little bit untrue. That'd actually be wildly untrue. Yes, they don't move. That is definitely true. They are tethered in location, and they sit there forever, really, waiting for something to eventually come by and hit it, or for someone to eventually come by and take the thing out of the water and generally demine it. The problem with that, though, is that these mines are generally sitting deep enough underwater, about 12 feet underwater, that it is very difficult to see them. As a matter of fact, it'd be really hard to even find them in the first place. This is why naval minefields have always posed a significant risk to maritime activities. It's not an easy sort of thing to just brush through a minefield. For one, commercial ships have no ability to see a mine. So they're just basically going into a death zone, and they're hoping and praying that they won't run into one. Then the U.S. Navy has to be able to bring in specialized minesweepers, or some sort of a specialized modular system on board an LCS, or they have to bring in a skid towed behind a helicopter to be able to basically go comb through the whole area and eventually find the mines. And that ends up taking a lot of time, and it's a fairly fragile and very slow-working sort of a process. Generally, the United States does have minesweepers, or had minesweepers, we'll get to that here in a minute, to be able to go in and clear out the area. But the problem is that a picture came out today, apparently showing that the repo man's come by and is taking all 4 of our minesweepers that were in this area off to the scrappers to face the blowtorch and get cut up. So, also, by the way, they're not going to face...
I said painful. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. You really can't. The fact that there's the minesweepers that have been protecting the strait for decades, literally heading out to the scrapyard, the figurative scrapyard for the most part, at the possible worst time. I don't even know how the hell this is even happening.
Yeah, I mean it's not really a great thing. But this also, by the way, is actually taken around the U.S. coastline. I had to put this over in the Middle East, but this is actually near to the United States right now. It's going to be arriving in Philadelphia here tomorrow, and then they're going to submerge the ship that they're all being carried on, and then they'll scoot them all off, and then they'll go and rip them apart. They're technically not going to face the blower's torch, by the way, folks, because most minesweepers actually have wooden hulls, or they have something along the lines of like a fiberglass hull. Because if you have any magnetism, most modern anti-ship mines are actually attracted to any magnetism, meaning that they actually can move to a limited degree to be able to just slap into the side of a hull that's magnetic, usually made of steel, and then explode directly alongside the hull, causing significant damage and usually the loss of a vessel. So all of our actual minesweepers, this was all four of them actually, are all on the same ship and are currently off the coast of the United States right now, waiting to be torn up. So that means that all we have left right now is the modular components that are on board some LCSs within the area, and also the skids. And let me go see if I can show you all a minesweeping skid to show you all what we have at the moment for what we can use. So let me see if I can find one, and let's see here. Oh, here we go. This is probably the best picture that I can get for y'all. This is a CH-53 Sea Stallion carrying a minesweeping skid. This is basically the next best thing that we have at the moment right now. And a couple of brave Marines have to get on board this helicopter with this giant skid attached by a giant tether behind it, and a whole bunch of technicians sit in the back of the Super Stallion or the Sea Stallion, and they all ride around and they just basically tow this thing in a giant search pattern through the Strait of Hormuz until they get a read. And once they get a read from the skid, they flag that area, basically like the video game Minesweeper that I'm sure many of y'all have played in your life at one point. They flag that area, and then at some point, they have to send someone out to try and find the mine and then demine it. The other thing that we have are these little modular components that are on board LCSs, like the USS Independence class, which you can see right here, or the Independence class. There are some modular components that we can put on these vessels that have autonomous underwater vehicles that can do demining, but this is still a fairly slow and laborious sort of a process to be able to clear out a minefield, even with the little autonomous vehicles. Because while they have the autonomous vehicles, the thing is that the Iranian surface search radars are still on. And that means that, one, if they have any air defenses in the area, they could try and shoot at that Sea Stallion, which may be undefended, or they could try and shoot anti-ship missiles at this Independence-class LCS or the Freedom-class LCSs that we could send out to try and do this job. And therein lies the problem. These vessels have a limited amount of air defense capabilities, and the Sea Stallions have literally no air defense capabilities in reality. That means if a Sea Stallion comes under fire, at a minimum, at least 5 to 6 Marines are going to die each time one of those things gets shot down, meaning that we can't really send those in. That would be too dangerous. We can try and send these in, but they won't be able to sit around forever, because if they fire enough drones and anti-ship missiles at this thing, this vessel is going to start running critically low on ammo. And that means that this vessel will have to pack up the minesweeper, or literally just cut it loose and let it drift off into the bottom of the sea to Davy Jones' locker, and they're going to have to hightail it out of the Strait of Hormuz because they're still under fire. And they can't sit around forever, because if they do and they expend all of their air defense ammunition, eventually one of those Iranian anti-ship missiles or drones is going to make a hit, and a couple of sailors are going to die, the vessel's going to be on fire, and if the fire starts to rage uncontrollably and the damage control teams cannot fight the blaze, they will have to abandon the ship, meaning that there will be the loss of a LCS somewhere in the Strait of Hormuz. So I think y'all can kind of start getting the idea here that this situation is a pretty strenuous one, and at this moment right now, we're effectively at square one. The Navy would have to specifically conduct suppression of enemy air defense actions around the Strait of Hormuz right now to clear open the airspace for further air operations, because that's the safest thing that we can do right now. Then after that, we have to fly in some reconnaissance and also get satellite photography to try and figure out where the Iranian anti-ship missile launchers are, and then we have to send in a whole bunch of aircraft to try and hit those anti-ship launchers and drone launchers near the coast. Then after we do that, it probably would be safe enough to send in an LCS, but then we're going to have that LCS backed up by an Arleigh Burke or two that's literally just a couple of dozen miles behind them, and they're trying to conduct air defense for them. And then the LCS has to take the long and laborious task of trying to demine as much ground as it can, and then coming under fire and then running out of ammo where it has to back out and basically run away to go rearm. And then another one has to take over and then conduct the demining process until it runs out of ammo to defend itself with, and then it has to skitter away and then go rearm, and the process continues. That would be a
So basically, So basically, what you're saying is until the United States gets a grip on the Iran ground situation, meaning they take out pretty much virtually most of the launchers and most of the ability to launch missiles and any type of drones, then we pretty much have our hands tied when it comes to sending in minesweepers for the most part.
Pretty much, yeah. We would have to clear out everything on land for the larger part with air power before the Navy could ever go in and do anything, because until then it would just be too dangerous for the Navy. And we, to add on to that really quickly before we move on, we have seen the Navy deal with a similar threat, which is the Yemeni Houthis on the western coast of Yemen. But the difference between that is that the Yemenis, even putting up a significant amount of fire against the U.S. Navy, it still isn't the volume that we would believe the Iranians could put up against the U.S. Navy inside of the Strait. So the Yemeni Houthis, quite literally in every way, were like the Iran light version of what we would have to deal with in the Strait of Hormuz. So the Navy has had experience with dealing with anti-ship missiles and drones at basically point-blank ranges, because if you look at the southern end of the Red Sea here and the Strait of Hormuz over there, they're basically identical in the amount of room that they have for their battlefield, at least for the warships, and also the kind of environment that they're in at that time. We had a little bit of experience with that, but the problem is that it still would just be way too dangerous, because the Iranians probably do have a larger amount of anti-ship missiles and drone launchers, considering that Iran is the one that provided all of those weapons to the Houthis, and clearly the Houthis wouldn't end up being better armed than the home country that's providing those terrorist forces with their weaponry. So we would have to clear most of that out with air power before we ever tried to get in there and start demining anything.
Yeah. Also, by the way, I don't know what just happened with Discord there. Can you hear me, by the way?
I can hear you now. You cut out for like a second there. It was weird.
Okay, that was weird. I literally heard it go bleep, bleep, bleep. I was like, what was going on with that? But, the whole thing is this, folks. Our military is the most powerful military on the planet. We're not saying that's not the case. The problem is, based on what we're hearing in the reports, the U.S. went in unprepared. Like, they weren't fully ready with all the contingency plans in place before they went into the situation. If they had the proper time to plan for it and they weren't, so ready to just jump right into the situation, sort of half-cocked, then they might have been ready for the situation and they might have taken care of it off the bat. But from the sounds of it, it sounds like because Israel was about to get attacked by Iran, which that's the current reporting, the U.S. made a rash split-second decision to jump in and do a preemptive strike on Iran to prevent Iran from having to jump on Israel. So because of that rash decision right there, we're now in a situation where we're on a massive defensive posture right now. We're trying to keep the Hormuz Strait open without a clear plan, and now the Iranians have gotten the jump on us. They've put mines in the strait. So now that mines are in the strait, our hands are kind of tied. Because like the enforcers mentioned, you really can't send minesweepers in there with Iran still having a missile capability, or otherwise you're going to be putting those ships at massive risk. So until we deal with the Iran ground situation, which right now it's coming along, but it's not coming along super fast. I'm not sure if it's going to be fixed in time to prevent the Hormuz Strait from having a massive closure for months on end.
Also, another thing that I have to add, and I see a lot of people saying, well, I mean, they clearly don't have that many mines, so that's not really that big of an issue. So let me put it in this way, folks. Let's put it in the Squid Game scenario. So you are about to walk through an open field, and I'm going to tell you, this field is a square mile in size, but somewhere out there in that field, there are 5 guys hiding underground in trapdoors. You can't tell them apart from any other part of the field. It just looks like grass like every other. But if you get close enough to where one of those 5 guys are, they're going to pop up and shoot you until you die. Would you go through that field? And that happens no matter what. It doesn't matter if it's an oil tanker, a container ship. It doesn't matter if you have a rifle on you in that scenario, in this hypothetical, walking through that field. If you get near any one of those 5 guys in that square mile area, you have no clue where they are. You don't really know where they are. They could all be in one large group, or they could be scattered around, or you might end up just unluckily running into them. You die instantly for the larger part. Would you take the chance? And the answer would be no. And so why in the world would we say to a whole bunch of sailors in the Navy, we're going to send y'all forward on an Arleigh Burke, and we're just going to pray to God y'all don't run into one of these? And also, another thing that I have to tell y'all folks is that the mines can break loose from their tether, and then you have a mine that's rogue. It's literally just floating around in the water, underwater to a little bit degree. It's very hard to see them until it hits something, and that could be anything.
Yeah, that's true. Also, by the way, like, God forbid that a tanker go through the strait and end up hitting one of those mines. If that happens, by the way, folks, you're going to see pretty much instantly there will be pretty much no traffic going through the strait at that point. Everybody will be so horrified to go through there because then they'll see a perfect example of a ship hitting a mine, and they'll see it on camera most likely that nobody will go through the strait. In fact, that may inhibit the Chinese tankers from even going through the strait, which would actually hurt China as well as the United States as well as the Middle East as a whole. So that would be horrific, by the way, if that happens. But right now, with the strait being mined, that is becoming a possibility at this point. So, also, I want to address something else. People are saying, but guys, the oil price, it dropped so much today. It did drop. Like, it dropped down. I think it's sitting at what, $80 or $90 a barrel or something
Somewhere
right now.
around
Is
there.
that the current? Yeah, it's something around there. Let's get that price real quick so I can make sure I'm quoting that accurately, real quick. So, it's currently sitting at about $85 a barrel right now. So that's a dramatic drop. It had shot all the way up to $117 a barrel the other day, and it had gone through the roof. We thought it was going to go higher than that. But the reason why it fell down, people were saying, well, why'd the oil price drop if everything's out of control? That's because the U.S. administration came out and said, oh, look, the war, we're not planning on dragging this thing on. It's going to be a short-term situation. So everybody interpreted that to mean, oh, look, that means the war's coming to an end. He's going to declare victory and leave. But then he came out later and said, well, we're going to continue until they unconditionally surrender. And now the price is shot back up again. So it's people going off the statements of the U.S. admin. That's why the price is fluctuating so rapidly, because they're taking the words coming from the United States and believing them as fact. And it turns out that they'll flip-flop about, a few hours later. And then all of a sudden the investors get panicked again. So it's basically because of information warfare is the reason why this price is jumping around like that.
And also, just to point out how volatile this is at the moment, the price of oil reached its lowest today, $77, and then within the hour, it popped back up to $90. So it had a $15 price fluctuation in less than an hour. So right now, it's a fairly volatile market. I will have to say, folks, on air, we were incorrect in our assessment that this was going to skyrocket on Monday. It actually did drop. So I do have to say on air, because whenever our analysis is incorrect, we will say it's incorrect. It didn't skyrocket like we expected on Monday. It's actually dropped. But generally that's because there's a decent amount of, I guess you could say, market manipulation, if you want to call it that, that's going on right now.
It's not that. It's not market manipulation necessarily. It's just people are misinterpreting the signals coming out of the U.S. admin.
Well, I mean, the signals could be, construed as some form of.
Yeah, but you can't accuse that. You gotta watch out.
Okay. I got you. I was just trying to find the best words I could use, but generally it's because of the wordage that's being brought out. The war's going to go on. It's over. We've won. Now we're not winning. We've got to unconditionally see them surrender, and that's seeing the price fluctuate. But the thing is that at some point you're going to start seeing this rising because, one, we are going to run out globally of strategic reserves to try and keep the price low. And secondly, if there is no oil coming out of the Middle East, considering that about 27% of it to 28% of it goes through the Strait of Hormuz globally to its markets that's being sold at, the price is going to start rising out of control at some point in the future. So it's not going to be a great situation. And generally, if we were very smart about this, we would have seen that we had destroyed the mine layers before they had even started to lay mines. Now we're trying to destroy them once they have laid mines. So there's the issue. We now have to go through and clear out the minefield. It's going to be a significant problem, and I don't really know how in the world we're going to get around this at this point. We have been able to hear, however, that the U.S. has been hitting the Iranian surface fleet, at least, quite heavily today around Bandar Abbas and also in other surrounding areas. We did get to see that on Kish Island, which is just a little bit west of the Strait of Hormuz, there were some significant airstrikes on the control towers in this area, which we were able to see right there. And we also were able to see some additional news as well coming out of Bandar Abbas, as we were able to note that there were more strikes on Iranian boats, including another bat boat. We actually got the U.S.'s footage of this today, and we also got Iranian ground footage of this today. This one was hit so close to Bandar Abbas Harbor, it was still viewable on land when it was being hit. So here's the clip of it already on fire and being hit a second time. By the way, this is apparently, we're not really sure which one this is because we only knew of 3 bat boats that are operational. And the third one was hit yesterday, and this now appears to be a 4th one. We knew that 4 of them were planned, but we only heard about 3 of them being completed. So I'm guessing that at some point, the 4th one was also completed, but never publicized. So this might be the 4th bat boat that we never confirmed existed that's also being hit and destroyed at this point as well, which is pretty cool to see. We can also see them hitting a couple of other anti-ship boats right here as well. These carry about 1 to 2 anti-ship missiles each. And while they're pretty easy to deal with, they could pose a threat if they're left undealt with. So the U.S. Navy is trying to knock them out now before they could really pose any significant threat here in the future. And we also were able to see some additional footage as well, which I gotta say was really something. We got to see the bat boat blown up from shore. Here it is. That's the bat boat, by the way. That giant mushroom cloud out there is the direct impact on the bat boat.
Oh man, martyr class. That's what they call it now. Submarine martyr class. But also, by the way, was this their third and final, or was there one more bat boat that they had in their arsenal?
Apparently they might have had 4, but if you look online anywhere, we knew that 4 were planned, but 3 were completed. So you know, I don't really know if the 4th one was ever completed, but I mean, we did get to see a 4th one apparently getting hit today. And also, here's a closer up clip of the bat boat being turned into a mushroom cloud. So here's the up close clip of the bat boat here.
Oh damn! I'll tell you what. Oh man. Should I go for the joke again? I already expended the joke on the video, but should I go for it a second time?
Hit it again.
Man, I'll tell you what, call Batman because the USB Robin out here, they robbed him of another ship.
Man, I gotta say, honestly, folks, I love to see the bat boats being put down because I hated these things. I mean, they looked ridiculous. I mean, like, I know some people are like, the bat boats were kind of cool, but honestly, to me, the bat boats were kind of stupid. I mean, they're about as dumb looking, in my opinion, as the LCSs, like the Independence class that has that catamaran design hull. And generally, from what we know, folks, just based off of our own LCSs, like the LCS2 or the Independence, what's interesting about these is that I believe their hull is made out of aluminum, and also it's a catamaran design, meaning that it actually has 3 independent hulls. It has the main hull, and then pretty much 2 pontoons on the side of that. You can see one of them right here. And what's very interesting about that is that a lot of these ships are actually going to be retired way early because due to the stresses of the sea, the aluminum hull is actually cracking right under the superstructure about right here on most of these vessels. And so their hull life has actually been greatly degraded as a result. And we're going to have to retire a lot of these sooner rather than later because the hull design is just too advanced for the kind of metallurgy and shipbuilding technology that even we have in the modern day. I don't really like these things for that reason. And also, I'll be honest with y'all, I just always thought that this sort of a hull design was kind of odd. You know, like out of all of the LCSs we have, the LCS-1 was a far more conventional design, and for that reason will probably last a good bit longer than the Independence, just because it is a traditional hull form, and these are generally tried and tested for, you know, centuries for that matter at this point. But moving on from that, it is time for us to get on into another piece of news that we got north of Bandar Abbas, because we did get to see that it looks like an anti-ship missile facility was hit. And I do have to tell y'all folks that sadly, y'all are going to be very short here on this channel for satellite photography showing damage here in the near future, because it appears that the U.S. has put in a little letter. Well, actually, everyone at all of the satellite companies today apparently went up to their mailbags and said, "We just got a letter. Wonder who it's from. Oh, it's the Department of Defense. Oh, we had to put a 14-day hold on everything from the Middle East." So now everything, as far as damage assessments from satellite photography, is probably going to be 2 weeks out. So any strikes that happen today, it's probably going to take us about 2 weeks flat, and everyone else in the world, for us to get satellite photography and take a look at the damage that was caused, because apparently the U.S. government doesn't want people to see exactly what's going on from a satellite view in the conflict. So we won't be able to cover this in real time on satellite photography after today.
Yeah, also, by the way, apparently the companies claim that it's their policy not to release satellite imagery during wartime. They claim that's an internal policy, but you know how it works. Like if the government doesn't want them putting that stuff out, they could send them a nice little, nicely worded letter saying, "Hey, please don't put this out," or else. It could be something like that. But here's the catch, though. Like even if the U.S. does that, which they apparently these companies have started doing that for the most part, a 14-day hold on the imagery, the Chinese are still releasing that stuff every day. Like you can see on Twitter all the time, the Chinese are leaking that stuff out, probably on purpose as well, pretty much all over the Middle East. So you can find those images pretty much anywhere on the internet. Like they're all over the place. And the Chinese are probably doing that to help the Iranians out for the most part. And also most people can see it just if you happen to scroll through Twitter. So it's really not stopping anything very much, but I guess it is symbolic, at least for OPSEC reasons.
Yeah, we'll still get it from the Bing Chiling satellites. We will get it from them, but from the American-based satellite companies and probably the European ones as well, we won't be getting any satellite photography from them. So get ready, folks, for all the red boxes to pop back up in the satellite analysis because we're not going to be able to get the American satellite photography any longer. But we were able to see the damage that was caused to this missile facility a little bit north of Bandar Abbas. It's about 40 miles away from the coast, and we also were able to see the damage to this secondary part of the missile facility right there as well. And it does appear that some significant damage has been seen around these military facilities, which may have housed anti-ship missiles. We're not entirely sure. It may have been a mix of a wide variety of missiles, but it does appear that the missile facility and its armory have largely been destroyed. Once again, reducing to some extent, we don't know how much, Iran's anti-ship missile capabilities and some of their ballistic missile capabilities as well. And so with that, it is now time for us, folks, to finally move on out of the Strait of Hormuz, which the news is a little bit bleak from that area, but it's time for us to move on up into the rest of the news from the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Middle East, because the conflict has now spread, folks. The Iranian militias in Iraq are getting active enough that they are now getting targets put on their heads, and we've also heard of a very mysterious firefight happening in Deir ez-Zor, so we're going to be trying to find some information on that over the next few days, but it looks like it might be the rise of ISIS, which, very conveniently timed at this point. It couldn't have been a better time ever to see the ISIS forces rise up in the middle of us in a war with Iran. I wonder if that fella, that al-Jilani guy, is really happy about all of his forces releasing those thousands of prisoners back into Syria. Oh man, I bet you he's pleased. But beyond that, though, before we get on into the rest of the news, I do have to say a humongous thanks to everyone who has been watching so far. We have actually seen that a peak viewership tonight of 29,000 people have been here, which is a humongous amount of people, and also we've had about 131,000 people watch this show in its first hour. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to see so many of y'all here with us tonight. We hope that y'all have been enjoying the news, and while we don't have the greatest news to cover, at least with the Strait of Hormuz, we do have a lot of pretty good news coming out of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and also elsewhere within the Middle East, but we'll be getting to all that here in just a moment. But before we do, I do want to make sure that we address a couple of questions from the chat, at least 3, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news for the night, not only including our Middle Eastern news, but also our news out of Indo-PACOM, out of Ukraine, out of Europe, and also out of the Americas as well, because we have a really cool picture that came out of Eastern California today. But before we get to that, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so getting our first 3 super chats of the night and then getting right back to our breaking news, we have our first one, which goes to Lieutenant Dan Hugh. And thank you very much, Dan, for that $100 support. And we appreciate that very, very much. That's very generous of you, and we appreciate it. He said, to the best, most dedicated, and funniest news duo on the tube. And just sending my high regards to you and to the best community on YouTube. And take one from the chat tonight, boys, from the Pittsburgh Command Post, Lieutenant Dan, a.k.a. Hugh.
Hey, and thank you so much for the unbelievable support, Lieutenant Dan Hugh, and thank you so much for enjoying our news coverage. We try and make sure that the news is as best as we can make it. We try and get the analysis to be as accurate as possible, and we also try and make sure, folks, we try our hardest to be able to make the news interesting to listen to, whether it's good or bad. We try and make sure to just get the news out there however it comes out. And I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you all the way up there in the land of Pittsburgh, the industrial heart of America, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. What's interesting, folks, is that Pittsburgh has that name, but I think some other cities in America have actually taken that from them. I don't know which ones they are, and I'm trying to think of them off the top of my head, but sadly, they're not coming to me. But Pittsburgh is the birthplace of American industrialism, interestingly enough, and it has a very deep and rich history with that. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again for that incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and also, by the way, once we get done with our 2 other super chats here, we do have some breaking news right after that. But getting into our first, or 2 other super chats first, by the way, our next one goes to Josh Loves Idaho, who puts in a $100 support, and thank you very much, Josh, as well, for that support. It's very generous of you. He said, I love you guys, and I love your apolitical stance, and I love the detailed analysis, and love the transparency on global affairs, and I also love your sense of humor, too. You two are literally the Dan Rather and Walter Cronkite of our modern day. And also, thank you for the high praise, by the way, as well. We do appreciate that, of course. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you so much for the amazing support. Josh Loves Idaho. Hey, you know what? We do too. Idaho's pretty cool. You know, Idaho isn't too bad. It's the tater state. I forgot what their actual motto is, but I know that a lot of potatoes here in this country come from Idaho. Great place for that reason. You know, a lot of French fries start their lives in Idaho, under the ground as tubers. And I got to thank you so much for the incredible support. And I also got to say that I thank you so much for also loving the analysis and the news that we cover. We try our best. But also, I have to say this because I think some people miss this a little bit. While we are a pro-American, pro-Western channel, that does not mean that we always have to paint the situation as roses and rainbows. And I hope that a lot of people appreciate that we don't do that. When a situation isn't good, we call it for what it is. In the war in Ukraine, whenever something didn't go in the favor of the Ukrainians, we would call it for what it was. If it was going in the favor of the Ukrainians, we'd call it for what it was then. We'd say the Ukrainians are doing well. If America's doing well, then we'll say they're doing well. And generally, in every front but the Strait of Hormuz, we're doing incredibly well. But down in the Strait of Hormuz, I mean, it would be completely amiss to say we're doing well. We're not doing well down there. That would just be the reality of it. And be better to let y'all know that because, you know, why lie to y'all? That we have no reason to lie. It's not like we're funded by the CIA or that we're funded by, you know, say the Russians or the Chinese, like some other people out there on the internet are, and they have to tell you a certain narrative. We're here to tell you all what's really going on. And it's thanks to folks like you, actually, as a matter of fact, Josh Loves Idaho, that we are able to do that because we don't have to answer to some sort of a higher power out there, some sort of a executive that runs the company behind the scenes and tells us what we can and can't say. And we don't have to answer to any sort of a foreign government or foreign agency or even the U.S. government on what kind of news we cover and whether it's positively painting the United States all the time or negatively. We just tell it to y'all straight as it is. And I got to thank you incredibly once again for your support because you help us to be able to be the high quality news standard that you believe there should be on the internet. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the last question in the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news for the night. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so our last one here of the segment goes to Gary D. Smith. And thank you very much, Gary, for that massive $100 support as well. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And Gary said, for all the good that you're doing and a cup of coffee on me and my family, and also a long line of volunteers, and love you all.
And I thank you so much for the support. And I got to say, thank you for the cup of coffee. And I got to say a big shout out to your family as well. I hope they're doing well, and I hope they're enjoying the show along with you, Gary. And I got to thank you incredibly for the support. And I got to say a humongous thanks and a whole bunch of love to the Lee Spring Army, an amazing group of folks who continue to support American and Western interests no matter what and look for well-sourced and high-quality news. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to move on out of this question segment and on into the rest of the news that we have for the night. And it's time for us to move on and into the area
We have breaking news.
Oh, yeah, we do have breaking news. Matthew, what do we got?
So jumping into that breaking news here, we have two major stories coming out. We're first of all hearing that there's been some new reporting that has broken, saying that the U.S. Navy has been receiving near daily requests from the shipping industry for military escorts through the Strait of Hormuz since the start of the war. And it sounds like they've been denied for the most part. Apparently, as well as U.S. ships, also apparently getting denied allegedly as well for escorts through the strait. So I'm trying to read this real quick. It looks like they're saying that the risk is simply too high to send those ships through, which also implicates the idea that it's probably too risky to send in minesweepers as well, if it's too risky to send in an escort. So that's a pretty big story happening right now. And also in addition to that, we have seen a video coming out apparently showing an impact in Tel Aviv. It looks like scrap that actually. That's an old video right here. So scrap that and let's take that off to Twitter. I just realized that's an old one. But that story about the U.S. Navy right now denying requests of the escorts, that's a pretty big one. But Enforcer, what say you?
So this is largely confirming our original analysis that we were just making a little while ago, in real time, that the U.S. Navy is actively saying that it is too dangerous to go through the Strait of Hormuz right now. And it's because, one, now of the minefield that is being laid, but that's more so a situation of today. The reason why they're saying that it's too dangerous, at least for the prior days, is because of the anti-ship missiles and drone launchers on the coast. That's where the threat lies at the moment, at least for the U.S. Navy being able to get in there and start passing through the strait. And considering that this was stated by John Conrad, who states right here that he is a U.S. merchant marine and a ship captain, then I would generally assume that his information is probably correct, considering that he would be considered most likely an industry expert, considering his prior experience in the merchant marine, which is generally the auxiliary support force of the U.S. Navy if a major war ever broke out. So with that in mind, I would have to say, this is once again confirming to us, the situation isn't as easy as some people try and paint it. Seeing a lot of people in the chat tonight saying, oh, Enforcer, you're overblowing this, and clearly you just hate the president, for some reason. No reason really why. But obviously we can just blow straight through the Strait of Hormuz, no problem at all, and it's going to be fine. And generally it already seems that the U.S. Navy is already working off the analysis, actual career officers and such that have to make those calls. They're saying it's just too dangerous. So there's your proof right there.
Honestly, it is too dangerous. Like, that's actually a pretty solid call by the Navy. That would be ridiculously dangerous to send in ships right now to that area. They'd basically be sending them into basically a fish in the barrel situation. You probably wouldn't want to do that. And also, by the way, we have to keep in mind that Iran has the Ukrainian-style drone boats. These drone boats have been hitting the Russian Navy and taking out these massive ships. The Iranians have those too. So if you send a ship into the Strait, that puts you in a choke point where the Iranians could send out a drone boat and then take out one of our Navy ships. Now, that would be a horrific loss if something like that happened. So I can understand why they're saying the risk is too high. It is too high to go through. And also, that's why it's too high of a risk for the commercial ships to go through as well. They don't want to have that happen to them either. So it's very tricky right now with the situation. That's why most people are saying there's no clear plan to fix it because, it's becoming an impossible situation as it stands right now.
And I see some people, I see some people saying this in the chat, and I think, Matthew, we're going to have to start a new program. I just saw someone say, as apparently to the Navy and the sailors, they are chicken shit, grow a pair. Well, actually, we're going to start a new program here, folks, and I think Matthew and me are going to have to work on this and get this up and running tomorrow. Anyone who says that about sailors having to put their lives at risk and significant danger, we're actually going to make a special program. We will send every person who says that a link, and it will directly send you to your local recruiting office, so that way you can enlist in the U.S. Navy, and you can be on that ship and then make that call. Maybe that's what we need, because I think a lot of y'all aren't realizing that say that stuff, that there are several hundred U.S. sailors on board that warship. You're saying basically just on the pride of the president or the pride of some political party that we would want to put all those guys in harm's way in a clearly dangerous situation to try and get them killed just because we want to refuse that the situation in the Strait is too dangerous at the moment, and we need to start conducting significant air operations to be able to see that it becomes safe enough that the sailors can then go in there and risk their lives, not at certain death, to be able to try and get some tankers and some container ships through. So I think we're going to start that program effective tomorrow, that if we see anyone making statements like that, we'll send you a link to go directly enlist in the Navy, or maybe even the Air Force as well, so that way you can try and get over there and try kind of understand that, it's an easy thing to say that from 100 or several hundred miles away. It's a much different thing to say when you know the people that are on those ships and knowing that their lives are going to be on the line based off of the decision made on pride and not pragmatic realities. But moving on from that, we are going to be getting into the rest of the news that we have from the region. Moving us on up into the area of Shiraz, we did get to see the United States landed a pretty nice hit near to Shiraz today. So this is the Shahid Deskib International Airport. And around here at the southern end of the tarmac are some Iranian Su-24s. And the rest of the Iranian Air Force. Now, the Iranian Air Force is quite smart, folks, and they decided to do something very genius. When under threat of an air attack, you always move your aircraft to hardened shelters, like these right here. Notice, Matthew, the concrete tops, the fortification. It really will truly protect these aircraft from any sort of an attack. But
the Italians love these, by the way. The Italians hate this one simple trick that the U.S. has been pulling off recently. Because if you notice, this semi-half dome shape of these hardened shelters kind of resembles the shape of like one of those Italian pizza ovens to a large degree. And it just happens to be if you set a fire inside of one of these right here, for example, the U.S. striking something inside of it and setting it on fire with a missile, it kind of turns into one of those nice Italian pizza ovens to a large degree and crispies the hell out of those planes.
And mamma mia, that is a spicy meatball. And just like an Italian oven, folks, the Iranians designed these with this great feature. They have an open front that never closes. Now you can see right there, right where my mouse cursor's at, the hangar doors that can close. But the Iranians, inshallah, leave the doors open. And so the U.S. just slipped one in through the front door today, right into the hangars that were holding these Su-24s. Here's the clip. And they were cooking them up like easy bake, I tell you. Look at that.
Man, I tell you what, I've never ordered pizza quite like that, but I mean, I feel like this would come out burned or charred.
You know, I have a feeling that we need to see if the refund policy is in effect at this pizzeria, because I think that that thing is not really up to gabagool standards. You know, I'm just saying, like, it doesn't seem to me like that thing's going to be well done. That thing's cooked to congratulations at this point. That's a step above well done. But moving on from that and on up into Isfahan, we also were able to see some explosions around the city of Isfahan as well, which we were able to see in this clip right here. You see everybody looking out in the distance. Some guy silhouetting in front of the camera, really trying to show off the physique. And we see a little bit of air defense. It's anti-air gunfire. They're not hitting anything, I can promise you. And then we got to see that the Israelis gave us a sad note, folks. Real tragedy happened. Well, a real tragedy was confirmed today, folks. All of the remaining F-14s are probably gone. We really don't have any hope that any of them have survived at this point, because the Israelis put out a little bit of satellite photography today of their own, which actually showed the before and after around the area north of the Isfahan International Airport, which is this area right here. This is actually the air squadron of the Iranian Air Force that operates all of the remaining F-14s. They had 50 of them, but because they can't get spare parts for them, we believe that the number is around 20 operational F-14s. Maybe 19, but it's really somewhere within the 19 to 20 figure at the moment. And it appears that every last remaining F-14 was hit. So it looks like all the F-14s might have disappeared.
Man, rest in peace to the Tomcat. Honestly, a very historic plane for the United States. But at the same time, though, like the Iranians assault those things were like literally, like no pun intended, the cat's meow. Like they thought the Tomcat was it. They were bragging about those things for a long time. Like, oh, look at the Tomcat. Look at this. Look at this. It's like, yeah, that's like, what is that? Like 20 or 30-year-old tech, or if not older than that for the United States. That's pretty old tech. Yeah, that's some pretty old stuff right there. So they were proud of those, just like the other stuff. But unfortunately, we made the Tomcat, and we can also break the Tomcat, and we did that too.
You know, also another thing that we have to point out is that while they did hit the F-14s that were sitting around, they also completely cratered every single taxiway leading to the runway. So even if there is a couple of remaining F-14s, there's actually no physical way for them to make it to the runway to take off anymore. So the rest of them are basically trapped down there in a fishbowl, if there's any left at all, which there might be a few, that could still be hit and knocked out completely. So I do have to say, folks, that due to this, I believe that I'm actually going to have to join the anti-war protest. I'm just kidding, by the way. I was going to say, I'm going to join the anti-war protest because I cannot stand seeing such a piece of American craftsmanship getting obliterated. To be entirely honest with y'all, folks, like the F-14's cool. I know a lot of people know it from Top Gun and everything. The F-14 isn't that cool to me. I always thought the F-15 was cooler. Like, that's just my personal opinion. I know the sweep thing, the variable sweep wings were cool and all, and a lot of people loved it, but I mean, you know, honestly, I was like, it's all right. You know, it's like, I just thought the F-15 was always a little bit cooler. But anyways, moving on from that, and moving on from the damage that we could confirm there, this is once again showing the before and after of the strikes, we are going to be moving on a little bit further north in the country, and a little bit towards the west. Because they always tell you, go west, young man, and definitely not something you should do in Iran right now. One of the Iranian transport erector launchers went west, and apparently they blew it to pieces while it was hiding under a bridge. That's not up to DOT standards.
Oh. Honestly, though, it's impressive how the U.S. found that even hiding under the bridge like that. I'm not even really sure how they spotted that.
Man, honestly, man, you have your brave Iranian warrior versus the undefeatable opening in the side of some tall object that the U.S. keeps launching missiles through. Like, the Iranians are like, oh, yes, we're under some object. They clearly can't hit us now. And meanwhile, the U.S. just goes, chuck it in from the side door. It's like, damn, it's like, they can't escape at this point. I mean, like, if you were an Iranian armed force on land, there really is no way to escape the U.S. Air Force at this point. I mean, the Strait of Hormuz is a difficult situation. We are, you know, of course, that's really the main headlines because it's a tough situation, but still, I mean, like, we're absolutely obliterating the Iranians on the ground. I mean, it's a pretty impressive thing when you look around the rest of the country. We also got to see a couple of the Iranian transport erector launchers that are still operational firing. We don't know if this is a montage over several days, but the footage was released today. So here's the clip. There goes one of them. Oh, there it goes. Sounds like they muted the radio call that just came in. Oh, and there's another. I'm gonna have to
Damn.
turn that down. I mean, that's blowing up my eardrums.
Whose missiles are these again?
These are the Iranian missiles, so these are the ones from their TELs and stuff like that.
Also, they still have the ability to launch them to a large degree, even though the U.S. said that was completely knocked out. So, it is what it is.
Oh, and there goes another. I believe this might be a montage over several days, maybe. Because we know that they don't have that many. I mean, we're seeing them launch missiles, but they're in fairly limited numbers. It's really the drones that are still, of course, the threat at this point.
I wonder where they got all these missiles from. Seems a little bit strange that they were able to restock with this many missiles since the summer of last year.
It's really odd, Matthew, when you think about it like that, Like, these missiles, they just seem to be oddly shaped, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me like, we're finding Russian drone parts and the drones that Iran's launching. We're finding Chinese missile parts and the missiles that Iran's launching. It sounds to me like Russia and China are waging war against the United States through Iran to a large degree. It sounds basically like a pretty large-scale proxy war to me.
It sounds very Di to me. Like, I don't know about
you. What's he doing around here? That honey shipment hadn't come in yet. Come back later.
Oh no, my social credit score. Long live the great leader. Long live the CCP.
Minus 2,000. No food for you.
Oh man, I gotta tell you folks, you better be careful. One day they're gonna have a social credit score here. But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to get back to the clip here of the last missile that was fired. Still showing that they have some operational transporter ranked launchers, not a lot of them, but still they're trying their damnedest to do some damage. We'll get to Israel in a little bit and show y'all what they were capable of doing. Meanwhile, down at Qom, it appears that a chemical plant was destroyed in the city by a U.S. or Israeli airstrike.
That's the thing that's kind of like, it's hurting me. It's hurting my soul a little bit. The U.S. is generally doing a very good job of actually striking stuff. Like, they're taking out, like, legitimately a whole bunch of the TEL missile launchers inside of Iran. They're striking very key critical sites inside of Iran for the military. They're also hitting strategic infrastructure as well that's used for, like, kind of like dual use for civilians and military that Iran kind of uses sneakily like Russia does as well. They're doing a genuinely good job of hitting that stuff. But then, like, for example, like we were talking about earlier, they end up missing the mine boats and they don't hit those. And there's a huge oversight with that. It's like, it's like we clearly have the might. Like, there's no doubt about that. Clearly the might. It's just a lack of, very solid, like, across the board decision making about what they're striking is generally the problem.
I think if there's anything to blame, it's probably coming from the top, because, I mean, like, the truth of the matter is, folks, is that the U.S. Department of Defense has focused on the Strait of Hormuz being a strategic linchpin for decades. It's been realized that that's been the case really ever since the late 80s. Even in the 70s, this was being realized as a major issue. But back then, the Shah was still in control of Persia, so it wasn't really considered to be a humongous issue. But still, it was a bit of an issue. Once the Islamic regime took over in Iran, then we started to realize that this could be a big issue. And for some reason, when this war started now, we really didn't do much of anything to try and deal with that threat that clearly was, like I was even telling y'all before the war started, the only way the Iranians could get us. Militarily, they would never stand a chance. We can see that right now. But the one thing that they would be able to do that would hurt us would be to close the strait and mine it. And they have closed the strait, and they're mining it, and we've really done nothing about that. It's really weird to me. It's like somebody was in charge of the military planning that may not really know what they're doing, and they just kind of winged it, and they really didn't listen to all of the career officers that would have known about this sort of stuff and would have factored that into the war planning. Y'all know what I mean?
Yeah, we were absolutely, and we were getting flack for it back then too. Before this war started, and we were talking about dealing with the Iran nuclear threat and dealing with the ballistic missile advancements that Iran keeps making. And I want to make that clear. We said that the U.S. should handle that situation. We advocated for that situation, for military intervention on Iran for those exact reasons. We advocated for that, but we assumed the U.S. had a solid plan. That's the key assumption that we were making there. We assumed that they had a good plan. Well, they have a plan that's 75% of the way there, but they missed out on 25% 75% of it, and it turns out that 25% was the most important part. It was the Strait of Hormuz. So we were complaining about that a lot. We were saying we cannot allow Iran to get the jump on us and mine the strait. Absolutely not. That would be the worst possible thing that could happen. And that's the exact thing that the U.S. overlooked, was that exact situation. It's like, oh man, it's like, if only someone would have emphasized before they went into the situation how important it was to get a grip on that before this whole thing kicked off, we'd be in much better shape right now. But hopefully they can recover the situation. Hopefully so. But it's starting to become very difficult to sort of reverse the damage at this point.
And also, another thing that I want to point out to some folks, because some people are like, oh, that can't happen. I'll tell y'all how this actually works. So the military is completely beholden, at the end of the day, to the final call that's either made by the Secretary of Defense or the President of the United States. And generals cannot override what they want to do. So if a general brings up something like, Mr. Secretary or Mr. President, the Strait of Hormuz is a really important and critical sort of a passageway to see protected, and we need to ensure that most of our military operations are directed at maintaining the strait remaining open so that way global oil logistics are not disrupted. If the president says, I don't give a shit, I want y'all to do this, that general has two choices. He can either go, yes, Mr. President, I'm going to get on that right away, or yes, Mr. Secretary, I'm going to get on that right away, or he can say, that's absolutely stupid, and then be removed from his position. So that's generally the kind of situation that you would see there that might have led to this not being really a key consideration. Because I can tell you all this, if it was up to the military and a career officer, say like a 4-star general, someone like Schwarzkopf, as a historical parallel, was in charge of this sort of military planning, this would have been the key priority from day one, because this is our weakest link. The Achilles heel of anything that we would do against Iran is right there. But oddly enough, that Achilles heel was completely ignored, and we're on the 10th day now, and for the first day ever, we're finally doing something towards the mine layers. And it's like, that's a little bit late. Like, that would have been a day one thing normally, like if it was in charge, if most of it was done by Schwarzkopf and whatnot. But anyways, moving on.
So we have some breaking news coming out right now. We are hearing, according to the UK Office of Maritime Trade Operations, they're reporting an attack on a container vessel in the Persian Gulf. In fact, it looks like it's on the northern side of the Strait of Hormuz, just around the bend. So apparently they're saying that the vessel sustained damage from a suspected but unknown projectile, with the extent of the damage not being known. So they're saying it's a projectile. So at first I was thinking, hopefully this isn't the first, mine damage that we've seen here. But it appears to be a missile or drone, based on the sounds of the wording of the report. So this happened just a short while ago, and apparently it's a container vessel. So it's possible that Iran has started to attack ships that are waiting to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, possibly as well, because it looks like this one was actually not actually in the strait itself yet.
But Matthew, they're turning off their transponders. They're clearly safe.
Oh, well, the ones queuing up or not? They got their transponders on.
Well, also that's completely forgetting the Iranians can see them no matter what. Like, that's like the surface search radar is on. It's like, they're seeing them all. But that's kind of also is going against the point, folks, that the Iranians are just letting people pass through, because why are they blowing up a ship right now while we're on air? So, that's a little bit interesting to me. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on from that little bit of news and on up into the area of Tehran, as we were able to see that the U.S. and Israel have conducted other significant explosions on Tehran so far. But before we get to that, I just saw poll come over the text, so we got to make sure to get to the poll. A lot of people are wondering whether or not the U.S. could withdraw from the war so far and declare victory. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so an interesting poll question that we're putting up here, and once again, to repeat it one more time, it says, at this stage in the U.S.-Iran war, because of course there's still a plethora of options that the U.S. could take in this situation, is it still possible on the table for U.S. forces to withdraw and declare victory and leave the situation if they chose to do so? It looks like only 21% said yes, it's still possible and realistic, while 58% said no, it would be a major disaster, and 14% said it's possible, but very risky. So at this point, for the U.S. to walk away, it would probably be more devastating than making further bad decisions, to be perfectly honest. They'd probably be wise to stay and deal with whatever they got to deal with at this point. If they were to walk off, what's going to happen is the job is completely unfinished. And also there's a ton of loose ends. And now the Iranian regime has been more emboldened than ever. They're being basically pushed to martyrdom because their top leaders, including Khamenei, was taken out. So they're going to get more extreme. They're going to go right back to their nuclear development. This time they might actually finish nuclear development because they have pretty much no reason not to do so. And they're probably going to go right back to rearming and redeveloping ballistic missiles. So to walk off now would be crazy, to be perfectly honest. We're kind of stuck. So I'm with the 59%. To leave would be a very bad idea. That would end up in a much worse situation than staying and fighting at this point. So Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to go with a 60%. If we left right now, this is going to be an unmitigated disaster. One, we have not seen a regime change, and also to let y'all know, folks, we don't change the war goals on this channel based off of the day-to-day on whatever it's changed to. Whatever the Russians' original war goal that was stated 4 years ago, we still go off of that being their actual war goal. And the current U.S. war goal at the day one of the war was regime change in Iran, so regardless of what they changed it to today, that was the primary goal. And walking off and just quitting right now has achieved quite literally nothing in terms of regime change. As a matter of fact, this might have even solidified and even brutalized the Iranian government to be an even fiercer, deadlier, and more dangerous force than we've seen in the region, because now they're a wounded animal for the larger part, and they're going to be lashing out even if we leave. So this generally wouldn't be a smart idea to leave at the moment. It would be an absolute unmitigated defeat for the United States, for one. We haven't achieved any of our original war goals, and two, it's also going to be seeing an incensed and enraged Iran still existing and operating within the region with absolutely no changes at all, rather than the fact that one old guy is dead and that's about it. I mean, you know, that I would have to say this would be a bad situation to just pack up and leave. But moving on from that, it is time for us to get on into Tehran, as we were able to see that there were explosions in Tehran earlier in the day. Let's take a look.
Damn.
Damn, son, where'd you find this? That's the end of that clip, but largely showing us what's going on down in Tehran. Additionally, you also were able to hear that the Israelis are once again asking for the Iranians to try and rise up and take the government. This is what the Prime Minister of Israel's account stated today. People of Iran, we are waging a historic war for liberty. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you to remove the Ayatollah regime and gain your freedom. Together with the United States, we are hitting the tyrants of Tehran harder than ever. We're generally believing that a statement like this has been put out because, according to all U.S. intelligence, it doesn't really seem there's a lot of people actually taking to the streets and trying to overthrow the government. And generally, that's kind of working off of the analysis that we made about a month ago, that because the U.S. and Israel didn't come to their aid when about 30 to 40,000 of them were killed in the streets by the Iranian government, this has generally left them demoralized enough that they're not willing to try that again, because they're believing that they might be hung out to dry like they were last month in January. So it appears that the Israelis are trying to make a statement to try and encourage them to go out there, but we're not really seeing anyone doing it, really.
Also, by the way, down there in the reply post that they made here from the Prime Minister of Israel, they did state down there they're telling the Iranians to be ready. So apparently, this is a call for preparation. They've called before. Israel and the United States have called before for the Iranians to get ready to go take the government over. And in fact, they told them to take it over before, about a month or two ago. So there apparently something's coming up in the next few days that's going to cause the Iranian people to have a chance to take the government over, at least according to Israel. So we'll have to see what that looks like. We are hearing that the 82nd Airborne is apparently on combat alert right now, which we had heard they had canceled a pretty major training drill as well. So this could be referencing possible ground operations inside of Iran. We're just not entirely sure. That's speculation at the moment. But something's coming up because Israel's telling people to get ready for some big chance that's about to happen.
It appears that they're going to try and see that that's the case, but I'll be entirely honest with y'all, folks. It's probably not going to happen. I mean, a lot of these people who would rise up and attempt to take over the government were out in the streets watching people get shot in the necks, the arms, the legs, the head by snipers of the besieged and the IRGC, and being laid out dead in the streets by the hundreds, to the point it almost looked like they were stacking sandbags out there literally just a month ago. And the U.S. was really nowhere around to help them, neither was Israel. And so generally that would demoralize a group enough. I mean, we already know that they've hardly ever gone out on the streets since. It's been very rare and sporadic that we don't really think that they would want to do that because the risk is so high, and on top of that, they're unarmed. I mean, they literally just go out there in the streets as a mob, and they kind of just hope that they soak up the bullets well enough that all of them don't end up getting killed by the machine gun fire and sniper fire from the IRGC and the besieged. So, I mean, that's a little... that's a little tough, to be able to ask a crowd of unarmed people to basically just go out and be cannon fodder and machine gun fodder for the IRGC and the besiege. Considering that the last time they did that, nothing actually happened. Just about 30 to 40,000 of them died. And also put that into perspective, folks, that's about 4 times worse than the Tiananmen Square massacres, which went down in global infamy. I mean, if you asked anyone about that massacre, everybody in the world would know about it. And it was a quarter of the size of the government massacre that the Iranians conducted against their own people just a month ago. And people seem to act like that's a fairly small footnote. But moving on from that, it is time for us to get on out of the Islamic Republic of Iran and move west. Because we were able to hear that today the U.S. consulate, unfortunately, within Erbil was hit, and it does appear that there was video footage of this incident here in these clips, which we can see right here. We can see the Iranian missiles coming into the area, and also what appears to be some possible air defense interceptors in action over the area as well. And we also had additional clips here. We see one of the missiles over Erbil. It appears to be coming in at the moment. And we see what might be some sort of countermeasures being fired off of the missile. And we see the people on the ground in Erbil watching as the situation unfolds overhead. And we also were able to see an additional clip here as well, showing the situation overhead in Erbil. But those are the clips. We were able to confirm there was an explosion on the U.S. consulate, and we also were able to see that further on down in Baghdad, it does appear that another U.S. diplomatic facility near to the Baghdad airport was attacked today, and we also were able to see that at the Victory Air Base, there was some CRAM operations happening within the area, which we can see right here. And unfortunately, even with the CRAM air defense, it does appear that there was a hit onto the Victory base on the western side of the Baghdad International Airport, and we can see the smoke rising right there, confirming another Iranian hit of some sort within that area. Moving on out of that news within central Iraq and in the Baghdad area, we also were able to hear within western Iraq at Al-Qaim that there was U.S.-Israeli airstrikes being conducted in this area against pro-Iranian militias that operate within basically the boonies of the Republic of Iraq. So it does appear that there is still military activities going on within that area at the moment, and we would hopefully be able to see that the damage will be significant to the Iranian militias within that area. It does appear that a lot of people are talking about this U.S. intelligence that was intercepted, and that's actually going to be moving us on and over out of the Middle East for a moment and on into the United States of America, because we have been able to hear some interesting news from over here. But before we get to the rest of it, I do want to make sure that we talk about this news that came out yesterday. According to ABC News, the U.S. intercepted encrypted communications believed to have originated in Iran that may serve as an operational trigger for sleeper assets outside the country, or basically an activation of sleeper cells globally, if that is possible. And a lot of people are wondering, what is that? Is that real? And whether that's going to be an issue or not. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so now that we're hearing that apparently, according to the reports, there's been a communique, apparently an encrypted communique, sent out from Iran telling their global sleeper cells to activate for the most part. What is this going to mean for the rest of us? Because obviously everybody here in the civilian population wants to know what the threat really looks like. And we're largely getting very vague statements from the United States government about how serious this actually is. And we simply don't know what the numbers are. I've heard things from people that claim to be in the know about the situation, which they're very concerned about it, but I'm not really sure what to think. But let's see what the audience thinks. 45% said that will be extremely problematic, while 30% says exaggerated for effect, and 16% said it will largely be prevented. And here's the thing. Also, by the way, I don't support mass surveillance, but this is one of those rare moments when U.S. mass surveillance, that massive dragnet network of surveillance, actually will come in handy for once. It'll actually serve the interest of the American people. They are probably monitoring all these suspects of interest very closely that are probably associated with the IRGC, that are inside of America very closely. And of course, I've heard from people, like I said, that claim to be in the know, that say apparently large numbers of these bad folks from Iran are crossing the border, coming into America, and they're preparing to attack. There's probably some truth to that, but I think it might be overblown to a large degree. I think it might be exaggerated. So it's going to be a problem. We'll probably see isolated instances. We've already seen that already, some shootings and stuff here and there, but I don't think it's going to be anything crazy on a mass level for the most part. I think the surveillance will prevent that from happening, thankfully. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that it's probably a little overblown. I mean, there's going to be some incidents here and there, but it's not going to be like the Iranians literally pop up with an entire army on our soil, and start conducting attacks. That's probably a little unlikely, but there probably will be sporadic lone wolf attacks to happen because lone wolves are a lot harder to track because they don't talk to people at any sort of a communications net where they could generally be detected and then watched. They just generally do whatever the hell they want, and then whatever happens, happens, and then we have to work from there. So I hope that does address that the best I can. I think it's going to be generally overblown. There will be unfortunate incidents with the United States as a result, but it's not going to be anything that's absolutely destructive. But moving on from that and on back into the middle of the East, we were able to hear something really interesting today out of the city of Deir ez-Zor in Syria. There were major gunfights.
Oh no, not Syria.
What could this be, folks? There's something really interesting I have to tell y'all. There are no pro-Iranian militias inside of Syria that we know of. So, who in the world is firing at Jelani's men? Well, the Kurds couldn't because they all surrendered and they ceased to exist as a fighting force about a month and a half ago. Let's see, who else could it be? The Israelis? Nah, highly unlikely. The Israelis don't really get involved in this specific area of Syria. They're more towards south of Damascus. Let me see. The Turks? Well, the Turks withdrew, so they're not even there. Who else would be in Syria, folks? Something, something that trying to form itself into a state. Maybe they're even Islamic, like an Islamic state of Iraq and Syria. Is this ISIS? It could be, actually. We don't know who this was who was getting in the firefight with the Jelani regime's security forces in the city, but I would be entirely honest with y'all. I think the chances are fairly likely this is probably an ISIS cell that has conducted an attack in Deir ez-Zor today. And this is showing that the ISIS forces are starting to have their little resurgence, which is going to be quite problematic, to be entirely honest. We can also see one guy just spraying into the air.
Not a single target.
I'm not gonna lie, I mean, their aim is kind of a little off. It's a little high.
These people must be red trolls, ammo.
Man, I mean, they might be, but beyond that, there is some interesting activity going on in Syria. We're going to be keeping an eye on it. We also were able to see that in Beirut, Lebanon, there were also some significant airstrikes that did occur within this area as well. These were conducted by the Israeli Air Force. We're able to see that footage right here in the Dahia suburb. That's all I'll be able to show y'all at the moment, but there were airstrikes still going on in Lebanon, and finally moving us into Israel and the Jordan area, because we have very little news left from the rest of the regions of the Middle East. We were able to see that within Jordan, the Royal Air Force did shoot down a drone last night. So cue the Royal Air Force music. They got
We're
it.
going into the region, governor, to go take out a drone or two in the name of the king.
You is spoken great slander against His Majesty's government. Take this aim-9 up your ass. It's like, yeah,
Coming in with royalty and dignity for the British government here in the Middle East.
We're gonna make sure to teach these Iranian Islamists a real lesson here, Governor. It's like, man, it's like, okay, it's like, well, the British are conducting in their normal air defense actions over Jordan generally. That's what the footage is showing. They've been doing that for a minute. We also are able to hear within Israel that, according to some Israeli defense sources, they say that toppling the Iranian regime now looks less realistic, and that crippling Iran's infrastructure and weakening the regime is seen as more achievable. So now it appears that the war goals are changing now, about 10 days in.
By the way, speaking, I saw Mojtaba right there in the center of the screen, by the way. The rumor has it, this guy's in foul shape, by the way. They say that he could be in like some sort of like coma. He's got a leg problem. This guy's apparently in foul shape, at least according to the rumors I've heard so far. But they brought in a cardboard cutout of him, by the way, to attend some recent convention or meeting of the Iranian government. They couldn't even bring him in because he was either in hiding or he was screwed up, one or the other. But he's apparently just hidden away.
Huh. That's interesting. Well, I mean, I guess they had. It's like that movie from I forgot the name of the movie, but it's like the leper, who was in charge of like the Kingdom of Jerusalem in that one movie. I guess he's kind of like that guy, but for Iran. We also get to see that up in Tel Aviv, there were some cluster munitions coming on in. These have been proven to be fairly difficult for the Israelis and everyone else, for that matter, to intercept. We've also been able to see as well some more videos of the missile attacks that did occur over Israel, but we don't have those video clips here on air. Moving on from that and into one last clip, the Saudis did say that they shot down more drones over their airspace today, but that was really that. We also heard, just to make sure that we get everything, that the Italian frigate Luigi Rizzo was successfully provided support to merchant vessels transiting the Red Sea. So they brought them past the Houthis, and the Italians are down there making sure to teach everyone why you don't mess with Giuseppe and the gang, because they will absolutely fix you up. But moving on from that, and out of the little bit of Italian news that we had right there, which is really cool to see, we also were able to see that within the Mediterranean, apparently the Europeans are forming a little carrier strike group. Today, the Charles de Gaulle was joined by the Italian naval frigate Federico Martinengo, and the Spanish frigate Cristobal Colon, right here as well. And they will be joining the Charles de Gaulle. So the Europeans are coalescing a multinational carrier strike group. That's going to be pretty interesting to see. I can't wait to see what it looks like once they have all of the ships massed into CSG. That's going to be really cool. But moving on from that, it's now time for us to get to the Americas, folks. And moving us on into Eastern California, we got to see something really cool today. I was so hyped to see it, folks. I mean, it really was something else. Some folks looking up from the ground saw this today.
Man, look at that. It's the next gen, the B-21. You gotta love it right here, the Raider.
Look at that. It's the Raider. Wow. How neat. It's really cool, honestly, folks. The B-21 Raider.
It's thirsty too. They're giving it something to drink. Look at that thing right there. It's growing up to be a proud young fighter.
Man, it's like a little fawn right now. It's growing. Like we're watching it, like, nursing from its mother. It's getting ready to go out there into the world. This is one of the prototypes, by the way. The B-21 Raiders haven't entered serial production yet and haven't been introduced into the Air Force in any actual operating bomber squadrons. So this is one of the earlier iterations and prototypes. And this is a really good view of it. One of the first times we've seen anyone in broad daylight get a picture of the thing. It's really cool. It actually has the wingspan of a KC-135. And let me go pull that up for y'all really quickly, because this is something that's interesting. Because they say that the B-21 is actually the smaller, like, younger brother of the B-2 Spirit. And so I'm wondering, oh, look at that, Matthew. I just saw something here. Where in the world was it? Hold up. Oh, look at that. The 99th Air Refueling Squadron at Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at that. Isn't that neat? There's a couple of them out here, too, in Utah. But anyways, let me get y'all down here to the wingspan, because I want to see how wide this thing is. So, the wingspan of a KC-135 is 130 feet. And this thing appears to have about the same wingspan. It's a little bit closer to the camera, not by a lot, so it makes it look like it might be a little bit bigger. Maybe it is, maybe 140-foot wingspan. So let's compare that to the B-2 Spirit, because this is actually going to give us a little bit of an idea of what this thing is. So let's take a look at the
Also,
wingspan.
I gotta say, that gray paint job slaps. I like the all black paint job on the B2, like the traditional B2, but I mean that gray on that B-21, I mean that's pretty good looking.
Man, it is good, I have to say. But also, the B-2 Spirit is 172 feet wide in wingspan. So this thing does appear to be about 30 feet smaller in wingspan compared to the B-2 Spirit. So it is a little bit smaller, but not by a whole lot. I mean, it's not like a little itty-bitty B-2. This thing is very close to being a B-2. It's like a 3/4 scale B-2 bomber, basically. Really cool, honestly. And they say that they're going to have a couple of hundred of these things, apparently, once they get done with the batch order. But that's That's the unrealized batch order. They said they wanted, I think, over 200 of these. In reality, they'll probably only get about 50 to 70 of them because the batch orders these days are always incredibly large, and then they greatly downsize them. Like, there were supposed to be, I think, like 10 Zumwalt classes. I think we only ended up getting one or two of them because they canceled the rest of the program. But anyways, moving on from that, really nice to see that right there. Really cool to see. Moving us on out of Eastern California, it's time for us to get on and into Washington, D.C. to cover the rest of our news. Before we get on into the rest of the news that we did get out of Washington, D.C., I do want to bring y'all to the attention of another death of a service member that was publicized today by the Department of Defense, their name, rank, where they were from, and also their face. This is the 7th service member that has been killed in the war so far. This was 26-year-old Sergeant Benjamin N. Pennington from Kentucky. He was actually wounded in one of the original attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran, and after a battle starting on the 1st of March during the first opening attacks by the Iranians, all the way up until very recently, he was actually battling to survive in the hospital, and unfortunately passed away from the significant injuries that he sustained while serving in the armed forces of the United States of America. It's always incredibly unfortunate to hear of something like this, and not only that, Matthew and me can relate to this guy a whole lot. Matthew's actually about the same age as this soldier right here, and I'm just a couple of years younger, so pretty much one from our very own generation. It's an unfortunate thing to see, but nevertheless, we do hope that his death and the death of many others will not be in vain, as we will hope to see that the United States of America achieves our original aims within the Middle East and continues to see that the United States will be able to put its national security interest and the safety of our citizens on the home front, and hopefully his sacrifice, like many, will have not been in vain for that purpose. Moving us on from that little bit of unfortunate news that was released from the Pentagon today, we will be moving on into Washington, D.C. We were able to hear that, speaking of casualties, it does appear that the number of wounded, according to Reuters, may be as high as about 150 at this point, meaning that we're seeing about 150 troops wounded and about 8 dead at this point. In terms of the amount of casualties that we have sustained, it's not as high as the Iranians, but this is a fairly large number, at least for an opening week and a half of a war, is to see 150 U.S. soldiers wounded and about 8 killed so far that we've been able to hear of in the public. We've also been able to hear that the war will apparently continue. According to the White House, they stated that military operations will continue until Iran is in a position of complete and unconditional surrender, meaning that we are expecting this conflict to go on for some time longer. We've also been able to hear that the war goals have been changed. According to General Kane, who is the Chief of Staff, he actually is the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he stated that these are now the goals for the Iran war. This is actually a change from prior war goals. 1 is to destroy Iran's missiles and drones. 2 is to destroy the Iranian Navy. And 3 is to destroy military and industrial bases. This is a significant change from the original war goal that was stated on the first day of the conflict, which was a complete regime change inside the Islamic Republic of Iran. We're now seeing that we've completely abandoned that war goal, but here on the channel, we're still going to be operating off of that being the war goal. War goals don't change just because you want them to. War goals that are laid out at the very beginning of the conflict are the true intention of what a country is trying to achieve. So it appears that while they are changing the war goals within public statements, we would generally assume they're going to be remaining the same from what they were on day 1. We've also been able to hear something else that's quite interesting as well today. According to Axios, 7 months ago, Ukraine actually tried to sell the U.S. their battle-proven Wild Hornet anti-drone defenses to be able to down Iranian-made drones. And interestingly enough, the United States completely dismissed the Ukrainians back then and refused to even consider the possibility of buying the Ukrainian Super Hornet drones. And now, only after the drones from the Islamic Republic of Iran started to pose a major threat to U.S. armed forces, did we completely backtrack and change our minds and then start purchasing, well, more so taking Super Hornet drones from the state of Ukraine that are now being provided largely free of charge. A little bit interesting on that one. Considering that the Ukrainians actually went out of their way to try and provide us with a modern and advanced drone defense system, and we completely ignored them and decided to maintain our traditional missile-based air defense systems, which just are not suited for the intensity and numbers of attacks that can be conducted by cheap one-way kamikaze drones.
Yeah, honestly, if that report's accurate, that is wild. That report's accurate because the U.S. has known that we are behind on drone warfare. They've known that for years, ever since the Ukraine war started and the drone warfare situation took off. It's been clear as a bell that we're behind the curve. The U.S. has even admitted that multiple times over, and I'm not even sure why they would reject this. I'm not sure if it's maybe just ego and trying to make it seem like, oh, we don't need Ukraine's help. We're the United States. We don't need that little puny country to help us. It could be something like that, or it could be simply they didn't want to tell Zelensky that we needed his assistance with something. Whatever it is, it seems like it was a stupid decision, to say the least, because we obviously need every drone warfare technique that we can possibly get. And that's why we're all of a sudden rushing for it right now. We obviously, we're in a war now and we need it desperately. And unless we get it, we're going to be in some deep trouble.
If this report is accurate, folks, which we, of course, are just working off of the statements from Axios at the moment, but if this is accurate, I think this kind of might be able to show some of y'all that the U.S. government, or at least the civilian administration in charge right now, is clearly more so motivated by emotion than it is pragmatic reason. Because we've been saying for years, and generally everybody's been realizing this inside the United States and around the world, that drone warfare has completely changed the face of what combat looks like. It's a completely different sort of an animal, and it's something that has to be dealt with new and innovative sorts of weapon systems, specifically made, purpose-built to be able to deal with mass drone attacks. And it is something incredibly interesting to hear that apparently the Ukrainians approached the United States to give them these, and we just shot them down for some sort of an internal reason, like the current administration doesn't really like Ukraine that much, or something else along those lines, and for that reason may have strategically jeopardized the United States of America and its armed forces in a modern war, simply off of more so emotion that they don't really like the Ukrainians, instead of focusing more so on the fact that we are trying to win wars, not really figure out who we like or not.
Yeah, and also someone said, is Ukraine providing these interceptors for free? Because nothing's free in war. Ukraine's not providing them for free, by the way. We do want to make that clear. All Ukraine's asking in return for these drone interceptors right here is they're asking for air defense missiles. So I don't think that's too much to ask for, by the way. We should have been giving that to Ukraine anyway, and most of the time, we have been selling those to Ukraine. So that's what Ukraine wants. They're not wanting anything too crazy. They simply want a way to protect their civilians from getting hit by these Russian attacks on the civilian population. So to me, it seems like a fair trade. Like we have every reason to protect the civilians inside of Ukraine. If we can try to accomplish that, then we have a reason to obviously protect them. But at the same time, we also need their drones. So it seems like it's a good situation for a trade, and at least in my opinion.
It would seem so to me. I see some people saying, well, they weren't trying to just give them away. They were trying to sell them. Well, regardless of the case, I mean, how bad is that to say, yeah, we'll buy a weapon system that easily defends U.S. soldiers? I mean, like, are we too prideful to say we'd rather watch another guy get turned into a red blood smear on the ground instead of getting something that's cheap and efficient from Ukraine to be able to deal with the threat right now, instead of seeing that our missile-based interceptors are overwhelmed? I gotta say, it's really confusing to me, especially with how the world works these days, because I thought the whole idea of the modern military, according to some people who are in charge up there at the top right now, was that we were going to be efficient war fighters and warriors, but you really can't be an efficient warfighter and a warrior if you're going to let malice, or more so some sort of ego or pride, blind us from easily understanding, like we have on this channel for years, that drone warfare is a significant threat to any modern nation or state, and for that reason, rapid defenses need to be developed, and we've been talking about that for years. So I don't really know why in the world some people are like, oh, like that's like them selling that. I mean, like, hell, who in the world's not going to offer to sell it? I mean, that would be like saying, oh, well, the U.S. isn't really a great ally to Israel because we actually technically sell them the F-15s and the F-35s they use. Well, I mean, they're still selling it. Like, the U.S. has an option to not sell anything to Israel or any other country for that matter. The fact that Ukrainians would even offer to sell this when they don't have to is something in itself that is a little bit interesting to note, that we would shoot that down if this report is correct. But moving on from that, we are going to be moving on out of Washington, D.C., and on into the rest of the news that we have from around the world. First off, we were able to hear that the HMS Dragon has departed Portsmouth, I believe, today for the Mediterranean. Look at that, Type 45 Daring-class destroyer. How cool. We also were able to see that 3 B-1 Lancers took off from RAF Fairford today, as the British did open up this airbase for U.S. air operations offensively against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And so we believe that these B-1 Lancers are going to be going on another operation against the the Islamic Republic of Iran here incredibly soon. Moving us on, finally, folks, and on into Eastern Europe, it's time for us to get to the war in Ukraine. And I do have to apologize, folks, we don't intend on taking this long to get to the news that we have out of Eastern Europe and Ukraine. But we have to make sure to get to it because it is still major news and the largest war that has ever been seen so far in this decade, although that might change with things that are to come. But moving on, and up into, well, actually, really quickly, let me get you all to some more NATO news down here in Turkey. The Turks did move some Patriot air defense systems today down into the area of the Kurasek, near to the area of the Kurasek radar station, which operates as an early warning system, and they're trying to make sure to protect it and also shoot down any more incoming Iranian missiles. And we did get to hear that apparently NATO intercepted near to Turkish airspace another Iranian missile that appeared to have possibly been trying to target something within Turkey. And a lot of people are talking about that at the moment. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so for the second time, so they can't claim it's just an accident anymore. For the second time, NATO intercepted another Iran missile targeting Turkey. And when I say NATO, I mean the United States basically saved Turkey's ass. That's what I'm basically saying here. It was a U.S. Destroyer that shot the missile down and it saved Turkey from having casualties on the ground. So what will it take for Article 5? Because Turkey is a NATO member, so will it ever happen? 50% said only something extreme is going to cause Article 5, while 26% said Turkey will never do Article 5, and 16% said probably just another missile strike will cause it to be activated. And I have a feeling that Turkey is generally being put on the back burner right now. Also, by the way, Turkey is not a favored NATO member. They are technically NATO, but they're not like, it's not the same as like Germany or another NATO member like that, because Turkey likes to waffle quite a bit. They like to sort of ride the fence, and they don't have a whole bunch of favor when it comes to being in NATO. So I'm not sure if too many people in NATO are willing to go to full-on war on behalf of Turkey. Of course, they would have to consider it if they called an Article 4 convention, but I don't think that anybody's raring to go over Turkey. But also, we have heard that apparently the U.S. has stationed Patriot batteries inside of Turkish cities near the border to help shoot these things down. So Turkey does now have active Patriot batteries to help out with the situation. So I think that they'll probably not do Article 5 over NATO or over Turkey unless something absolutely insane happens. Like, for example, if Iran somehow lobs like a huge missile attack and it somehow causes casualties, that might cause Article 5, but anything short of that is probably going to be a no-go. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd say, in my opinion, I would be with the 49%. I would say that well, actually, sorry, correction, folks. I was having to try and pay attention because I heard. I don't mean to get into too much like TMI here, but I was hearing some boom boxing outside of my window, and I was really quickly trying to see what in the world that was, because I'm hoping that's not being picked up on the microphone, and it appears that it's faded away probably while I was getting back to the computer because it sounds like they may have driven off. But moving on from that, I would say that generally, I would agree with Enforcer Matt. Turkey is probably being put on the back burner, and I would say that they're probably not going to be doing any sort of an Article 5 here in the near future. So I would generally be with the 27%. I don't really think that the Turks are being given a high priority, and not only that, Turkey does Turkey things, so they're a NATO member kind of only in name these days, and so they get low priority when it comes to being attacked and such, and any sort of possible responses. But moving on from that, it is time for us finally to get on into the news in Eastern Europa. Moving us on up into the Gulf of Finland, we did get to hear that apparently, according to some news that came out today, Russian mercenaries and military intelligence elite personnel have been placed aboard vessels in Russia's Shadow Fleet operating in the Gulf of Finland, according to Helsingin Sanomat. So it doesn't seem, as at the moment right now, the Russians may be trying to ramp up some ops in the Gulf of Finland. What for? Well, we can only know. Dragging anchors across cables is a favorite pastime of the Russians. It's almost a national sport these days. But it could be for a wide variety of other purposes as well, launching drones throughout the region. Who knows? But moving on from that and on into Moscow, we also were able to hear today a great statement, folks. According to our special envoy, Steve Witkoff, he told CNBC today that according to the claims that Russia was providing military intelligence with Iran, which apparently Witkoff then approached the Russians and asked them, "Are you providing info to Iran to be able to strike and kill U.S. soldiers?" And the Russians said no. According to Steve Witkoff, we can take the Russians at their word. And let's hope that they're not sharing. Boy, I gotta tell you, folks, if that is the response of an official U.S. envoy about the Russians, That's not good. I'm trying to figure out how to say this without getting a certain crowd of people incredibly pissed off, but that's not good.
I almost want to give the benefit of the doubt on this one right here because that's what the report's claiming. But I almost want to give the benefit of the doubt that maybe he didn't say this because this is so stupid right here and such. If he actually said that, that guy's a dumbass. Like if he actually said something like that, to say we can take the Russians at their word is insane. Like I'm not even sure if you asked a child, like if you asked a child with very little knowledge about what's happening globally, do you trust the Russians? Most of them would go, 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 gaga. No. It's like, because like even a child would know, like the Russians, you got to be careful. Like the Russians have been an adversary of the United States for literally decades. It's like decades, man. It's not something new. So to say we can take the word of an enemy is crazy work.
You know, I don't even really know what to say about it, folks, because it is ridiculous to see that a U.S. envoy, if that report is correct, and generally I kind of be leaning towards it is correct, because this guy ends up kind of taking every enemy of the United States at their word. Like, he went down to Iran, and the Iranians were like, no, actually it is you, the infidels, who are wrong. He was like, really? And I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, how in the hell can you even consider what they're saying? But beyond that, I would assume that this might be true, and if it is, I gotta tell y'all something, folks. I mean, if that's the way that we're operating foreign policy right now, that's just a flat-out joke. How the hell can we even trust the Russians? The Russians have literally provided drones to the Iranians. We have legitimate proof of drones that have hit the UAE and other countries in the area that are allied to us with Garand 2s. That means the Russians are providing weapons to Iran. They provided a couple of Mi-28 Havocs to Iran right before the war kicked off. They were an arms supplier to Iran. And Russia has stated that they have a significant and deep relationship with the Islamic Republic of Iran and that they condemn U.S. actions against Iran before the war started. Why the hell will we ever trust them in the fact that they would say, no, we're not providing intelligence to the Iranians to kill U.S. soldiers? Why in the world will we ever take their word on that?
And also, why in the world, if, assuming that the report is accurate, which they're claiming it's a quote, so, assuming it's accurate, also, why would we say that we hope that the Russians aren't sharing information? It's like, well, what do you mean hope that you're not sharing stuff? It's like, they better not be sharing stuff. It's like, because if they're sharing intel with Iran, that means they're actively participating in killing U.S. soldiers, is what that means that Russia's doing. So there's no hoping there. They better not get caught doing that, or else there better be consequences on the Russians, because we can't let the enemy countries cause the deaths of American soldiers and troops in the Middle East and then say that we hope that they're not doing it. It's like, what kind of position is that?
And also another thing I got to say, folks, here's another thing. If the U.S. administration is taking such a laissez-faire sort of an approach to the Russians providing intelligence to the Iranians, that the Iranians might be using solely to be able to target and kill U.S. soldiers, what does that say about the current administration's value that they place on the life of a U.S. citizen or a service member? I don't mean to go there, and that kind of sounds, it probably is a political question, but I got to ask that, because if we're willing to basically turn a blind eye to a foreign country like Russia, basically going out of its way to give someone else information that can lead to an American citizen or a soldier being killed, and the administration just basically doesn't really care all that much, and just ask them, are you trying to do that? And if they go no, then we just basically take that at face value and we let them keep doing it. What does that really show? Because I would say that if that's the case, that's pretty damn shameful, because generally the U.S. administration, no matter who it is supposed to put American lives at a premium compared to everything else. If an American's ever harmed or killed anywhere, the response is supposed to be significant, because it is an elected representation of the U.S. citizenry, meaning that the death of a U.S. citizen in extension is a death that directly concerns the U.S. government. And so I'd have to say that that's something that seems a little bit suspect to me, and I gotta say that I don't really like that at all. So I'm gonna leave it at that, but that's something that is getting a little bit infuriating to me, to say the least. But moving on from that, it is time for us to get on down to Bryansk. The Ukrainians did conduct a significant drone attack on the Russian Federation today, and it does appear that the Kremeni L plant was hit. Oh, and it was hit hard.
Да.
And that's the end of that clip.
Damn.
Moving on from that, we also got to see another clip of the strike on the plant, this time from inside of a bus. They're busting them in. Oh, there it is. Sound like missiles
Oh,
to me.
geez. I guess they're busting it down.
Ой-ой-ой. Это капец.
Opa!
Опа, блин!
Ага, не говорите.
That's the end of that clip right there. And moving on from that, we also were able to see the plant burning after the strikes. I think this was effective, Matthew. What do you think?
It looks like the city is having a bit of a air pollution problem.
I think so. I think it might be. And moving on from that, and on out of that area, it's now time for us to finally get on into the war in Ukraine. Because the Ukrainians have been putting a little bit of hurt down on the Russians today. Oh, by the way, totally forgot to mention that they did conduct an equal drone attack on Crimea last night. Here's a little clip of that. Oh, is that a little air defense machine gun?
Ой, в другую сторону. Над городом. Над...
Яга, блядь!
Гаспора. Сторону...
О,
Крис.
блин! О,
Крис
блин!
попали. Крис.
Иди нахуй!
Тихо.
What твою мать?
Crimea River.
Man, I tell you. And also, I have to clarify, folks, because I see some people misunderstanding some comments that were made a minute ago. We're saying that if the special envoy of the United States really said that, and then we're precipitating it off of all of that. We didn't say that he said it. I know some people are really quick to chomp at the bits, but we didn't say that they said it. We said if that's true, then that's not really something that inspires a lot of confidence. And then went on a little bit of an aside about what that would generally mean if the U.S. administration really didn't care, and that was generally their stance on that sort of a situation. So I just want to make that clear to everyone. Many people seem to be very quick to jump at the guns, but people understand it was a hypothetical.
Also, by the way, I was just double checking here just to see. I'm seeing a Reuters article right here. The headline says Russia told Trump it isn't sharing U.S. military asset info with Iran, says Witkoff. And in the article, it says right here in the middle of it, in quotes, it says we can take them at their word, but they did say that. And yesterday morning, independently, Jared Kushner and I had a call with Kremlin foreign policy aide Yuri Ushakov, who reiterated the same, said Witkoff. So it's being reported by mainstream media. So I mean, it's possible that maybe they're misquoting them, possibly. So we're trying to give the benefit of the doubt here because it's a wild statement. Like if it's true, it's a wild statement. But that's just what the reports are saying.
And also, I see some people saying some other stuff. Some people are like, well, you're obviously stupid, Enforcer, because we have been providing military intelligence to the Ukrainians for years. And clearly, it's only fair that the Russians get to kill our people in return. And then we act like they're still great friends while they're doing that. Here's the difference, though. I don't like Russia at all. And generally, when we were providing Ukraine with military intelligence, we were going off of the idea that Russia is an enemy of the United States of America. Russia was not under no pretext, and has made it incredibly clear that they've been under no pretext, that the United States is an enemy of the Russian Federation. They're not a friend. So the part that I'm saying is a little bit stupid, is that when the Russians do the same thing in return, which will clearly make them an enemy of the United States, it appears that the current administration's approach is to just ignore the fact that they're providing intelligence that is killing U.S. soldiers and wounding them, and to basically still act like Russia is still a friend. Now that's the part that I'm having the issue with right there, because if I was the one who say was the President of the United States hearing that the Russians, who are clearly a sworn enemy of the United States, are providing military intelligence to the Iranians to try and kill American soldiers and wound them, I would generally view the Russian Federation as an enemy. I wouldn't be trying to beat around the bush and pretend like Russia is a country that respects the United States, because we don't respect them and they clearly don't respect us, and I think the feeling's fairly mutual. We really don't have to try and pretend like they're friends. They don't like us and we don't like them, and that's just how it is. So I hope that addresses that well. I think some people might be misunderstanding what I'm saying there, because yes, of course we've been providing intelligence to the Ukrainians that have been blasting away millions of Russians every year for the larger part, but that's because Russia is an enemy of the United States, and we don't make any bones about that. So pretending like they're friendly when they're getting our own people killed down in the Middle East is a little bit stupid to me. That's generally my statements on that. I'm just going to lay that to rest. But moving on from that, it is time for us to get on into our location unknowns. Bowl? Oh, bowl! We have a bowl. But a lot of people are talking about those little mercenaries, the mercs, that are showing up in the Gulf of Finland right now and all those shadow vessels. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so returning back to a story real quick to address the poll to see what the audience is saying about this. We have heard today that Russia has begun deploying mercenary forces on their Shadow Fleet oil tankers near Finland. And not only that, by the way, another aspect to it, there's another bonus to this situation as well. Not only are Russian mercenaries on the Shadow Fleet tankers apparently, but also Russian intel officers have joined the mercenaries as well. So it's a little bit more than just security from the looks of it. So what is the goal? 55% said Russia's trying to protect the Shadow Fleet, while 21% said Russia's preparing to attack, and 15% said Russia's just doing surveillance. So here's the problem. If it was just mercenaries alone, I would believe it was about security, because NATO has discussed before about seizing some of these tankers, and maybe mercenaries are designed to ward off attacks on the tankers. That could be part of it. But the fact that the Russian intel officers are also on board as well, that indicates there's an intel gathering element to the situation as well. So, you know, Russia has ambitions to move beyond Ukraine. They're waiting for the right moment, and also they're waiting for a chance to basically rearm themselves, to arm themselves enough to actually invade, like, for example, the Baltic states or something like that. So I would say for now, they're probably just doing surveillance and also mixing it with protecting the Shadow Fleet. It's probably a bit of both. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that it's probably a mix of both as well, but I would say that it's probably more so towards the lines of trying to protect the Shadow Fleet, because they might try and provide some form of armed resistance to a boarding party that would then make a risk assessment to where people would generally hold off on trying to conduct the boarding of that vessel, because the boarding crew may come under fire, and that would generally hold off most attempted launches at trying to take control of one of those vessels. So I would believe that that would be with the larger majority of 55% that are saying that, because I think that's more so the primary reason that they may be there for. But moving us on, finally, folks, in the war in Ukraine, it's time for us to get to the clips. We were able to see the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours, and ole mole, look at that, 4 Bobcats.
What are the Ukrainians doing right here? Honestly, that's like one of the biggest indicators that Ukraine's having a good success, because they were having like a drought of Bobcat losses, but recently they've been hitting like, you know, scores of Bobcats recently. So that must indicate they're getting back there to some of that support equipment again, which indicates they're also having some success.
And I gotta say, it's something else right here. According to Miss Decent, keeper of the records, 13 tanks is the highest loss the Russians have taken since June 7th of 2025. That is a pretty long dry spell right there for tanks. The tanks are actually, funnily enough, folks, running out. They just don't have that many left. We also were able to hear that 2,169 drones shot down is the 3rd highest daily loss, and 221 supply trucks destroyed is the 6th highest loss of the war. Over the course of the past 24 hours, 950 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed, along with 7 APCs, 221 supply trucks, 13 main battle tanks, 73 artillery pieces, 2,169 drones. Nice. 4 MLRSs, 2 anti-aircraft warfare vehicles, and 4 Bobcat skid steers. We have to say, folks, that we do lament the fact that this number was not too lower than it was for the drone losses, because we could have said that 2,167 drones were shot down, and that would have been in vogue, because that's like a popular trend right now.
Man, it's so popular that the CIA director even scoffed it. I'm not sure if you saw that the other day, but John was at the press briefing. Ratcliffe was. He was at the press briefing, and someone said, I think it's about 6, 7. And I saw him over there in the corner, literally almost bust out laughing at that. I was like, damn, he must have kids. Like, he must have kids or something. Because the fact that the CIA director's laughing at something like that's kind of crazy.
Man, I got to be honest with you, man. It's really taking over the world these days. And I got to say, folks, that generally we don't really fall into trends like that, but I do have to say that the fact that this has just gone insane, it's kind of like how 420 was a big thing back in like the mid 2010s. It's honestly just kind of crazy how, you know, it just, like, things like that really don't make any sense kind of just take off. I remember when E was a big thing, like the letter E from the alphabet. That was a huge one. But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to get to the front lines. Unfortunately, folks, we didn't really get a lot of footage today from Ukraine. The front line wasn't really active in terms of footage coming out, sadly, so we didn't really have a lot to show, but we were able to see near Velika Novosilka that the Ukrainians were cutting off the Russians' supply routes in this area. Oh, look, is that Pepe the Frog?
Pepe. Oh.
Yeah.
Down there at the bottom, yeah, I see him now. He's blocking some of the telemetry, it looks like.
Man, look at that. I remember that was a big thing back in the early 2010s. Now, that frog was everywhere, folks.
Man, Pepe, get your big ass forehead out of the way. I'm trying to see the telemetry.
Man, look at him with goofy ass. Like, man, but
oh, man. He's monitoring the situation. Man wasn't meant to monitor the situation quite like this, as you can see from the Pepe's eyes right there. Pepe needs a sedative.
Man, Pepe needs a quaalude. Like, man, get that boy calm down.
Oh, oh man. Call Pepe the Wolf of Wall Street out here, I tell you.
Man. But we can see the Ukrainians really laying it down on the Russians right here with this little APC that they have right there. They're generally blurring it out as much as they can, but, you know, you can still see it here and there.
I can't even focus on the footage of them staring at Pepe the whole time. That's really distracting. I underestimated how distracting that would be.
Honestly, man, he's staring into our souls. Like, it's like, what the hell's going on? Also,
I need that hat though. I need that hat from Pepe.
Also, Dave said this is very astute. He said Pepe is pulling a Kilroy. Honestly, he kind of is, you know, with like the eyes just peeking over like the bottom of the screen. Like if there was a little nose on Pepe, like Kilroy, I mean that would literally be a Kilroy. Also, there's a face in that lake up there.
There sure is. Look at that.
Two eyes
looking like that.
mouth.
Looking like that devilish looking creature.
Man, looking like that ghoul. Like, man, woo! Man, like, wait, hang on, let me get the ghoul right. Now, you know, I was just wondering, does Iran have a point? There we go. There's the ghoul. Like, there we go.
I think I'd rather listen to Pepe make toad sounds for like 5 hours straight than listen to an interview from that goof.
Man, I gotta tell you, or any of the other people, the quote-unquote U.S. military analysts that are paid by, like, a Russian media company that's run by the Russian government, generally those are the top people I wouldn't listen to, folks. Now, of course, if you told me that we were going to be listening to, like, South China Post or something like that, you know, like a real Chinese paper, then I might tell you that I might take a little look at that because, you know, the Chinese have never been proven to lie about anything militarily and strategically. I mean, they're always on the ball when it comes to military analysis and stuff like that. I mean, there's no reason to believe that the Chinese Communist Party or any Chinese affiliated newspaper would ever go out of their way to just completely, like, hamstring the truth and really kind of, like, hype up the Chinese. I mean, who in the world? Why in the world would they ever do that? An authoritarian government like that? That'd be unheard of. But anyways, moving on from that, we also get to see down in Stepney here the Brazilian volunteers that are currently fighting with the Ukrainian armed forces, conducting a medical evacuation through the town. We see them here moving through the town. We can see the stretcher below carrying the wounded man. They're actually dragging him on out of the area. You see the cameraman here is generally pulling cover, so that way if there's a drone that comes in or anything like that, he can try and shoot it down while everyone else is pulling the man out on the stretcher. We see that this guy just tripped right there over a wire. You know, funnily enough, a lot of people always think that tripping is fairly rare. Tripping happens a lot. We basically see at least one person trip in every clip, no matter whose side it is in the war, and that's just because there's just so much stuff to trip on out there. It's really hard to keep your footing steady.
That's what drug addicts say too. There's a lot of stuff to trip on.
Aw, man. But that's the end of the clip. But great to see the Brazilian volunteers out there doing their part. And now with that in mind, folks, it's time for us to move on up to Kyiv to cover the speech from the president of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky. And it's time for us to have a bot clearing session. This is like that scene, folks, from that movie, like the SpongeBob movie, the original one, where they're in the salty spittoon or whatever, and that guy's like, "Hey, we beat all bubble-blowing babies senseless in the bar." And then they start playing I'm a Goofy Goober, and like SpongeBob and Patrick are about breakout dancing. This is basically like that for Russian bots. We play this, and a whole bunch of people are going to start saying, "Give him his money for nose candy," and then we get to get him. So with that, without further ado, it's time to pull out the bot trap, which is the speech from Zelensky. So without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Шановні українці, українки, коротко про цей день. Зараз наша команда – це і військові, і Рустем Умєров на шляху в регіон Затоки, де наші хлопці можуть допомогти захисту життя та стабілізації ситуації. Ми бачимо, які виклики зараз є через удари з Іраном, через всю цю війну, яка може затягнутись. Фактично, іранський режим заблокував Ормузьку протоку, а це один з основних шляхів постачання нафти та газу на світовий ринок. Це значна дестабілізація. Ніхто у світі поки не здатен сказати, скільки все це триватиме. Але важливо, щоб захист життя реально запрацював якнайшвидше. Стабільність потрібна і нам. Треба, щоб ті, хто зараз звертається до України по підтримку, щоб вони і надалі допомагали нашому захисту, нашій ППО передусім. Ми ще минулого року пропонували Сполученим Штатам угоду щодо дронів. Це правильна перспектива бути з нами у виробництві дронів, у застосуванні. І всі бачать тепер, що альтернативи цій перспективі немає. Україна має найбільший в світі досвід протидії ударним дронам. І без нашого досвіду, регіону Затоки, усьому Близькому Сходу, партнерам в Європі та Америці буде дуже непросто побудувати сильний захист. Ми готові допомагати тим, хто допомагає нам, допомагає Україні. Рустем Умєров разом з нашими військовими, разом з розвідкою, з Міністерством оборони, МЗС готуватиме конкретні домовленості. Україна – надійний донор безпеки. Це наша не тільки безпекова, це наша економічна перспектива. Захист для України, співробітництво з партнерами, розвиток для українських виробництв – усе, чому українці навчились для свого захисту, може бути глобальною основою безпеки, глобальною основою захищеного життя. Були сьогодні доповіді наших розвідок, зокрема про те, як росіяни хочуть скористатися війною на Близькому Сході. Удари з Ірану вони хочуть поставити собі на користь. Росіяни говорять про зняття санкцій, про якусь начебто свою здатність допомогти Америці в ситуації з Іраном. Це типові російські маніпуляції, вони допомагають тільки там, де бачать для себе можливість домінувати. На рівних вони просто не вміють працювати. Сподіваємось, що в Америці бачать і розуміють всі ризики, всі залежності, всі загрози. Навіть часткове зняття санкцій з Росії – це приклад, може бути вкрай негативним, в тому числі для інших. Інших, хто хоче воювати проти сусідів, як це робить Росія. І ще одне. Сьогодні була доповідь головнокомандувача Олександра Сирського по застосуванню ракет, по наших відповідях, цілком справедливих відповідях агресору. Наші воїни уразили один із важливих російських воєнних заводів в Брянську. Цей завод робив електроніку, комплектуючи для російських ракет. Саме тих, які б'ють по наших містах, по наших селах, по цивільних. Ми захищаємось. Росія давно має змогу закінчити цю війну, яку сама ж і почала. Фактично, це у них спільна війна, що у Росії, що у іранського режиму, що у Північної Кореї. Це у них спільна агресія проти Заходу, проти усього демократичного світу, проти того, що народи і держави мають свої права і мають реальне значення. Треба захищати життя. Треба бути разом в цьому захисті. Я хочу подякувати всім, хто з Україною. Я дякую всім, хто допомагає дбати про життя та людей. Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Героям слава!
And with that, that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this day of the wall, 1476. And this is about to move us on into the second segment of the stream where we get to talk to all of y'all. But before we get to that, we have one other thing to cover. We have breaking news coming out at this moment. And Matthew, what do we got?
So we have breaking news, and the news is breaking me all the time these days, literally 24/7. But we have some breaking news in all seriousness right now. We are seeing some more details about that ship attack in, or at least near the Strait of Hormuz. And also, we're apparently getting some very rare footage allegedly showing major gas lines in China. I'm surprised we have this footage, to be honest, because it's very hard for footage to even get out of China. And I've tried to do some preliminary fact checking to make sure this is accurate, and it appears to be accurate out of China. So I'm kind of surprised by that. But first of all, we'll get to that China news second. Let's get to that news about the ship getting hit first. We are seeing that generally the area in which the missile struck a vessel appears to be in a tightly wound group of ships right off the United Arab Emirates. We're being told the crew is actually safe, so thankfully there was no injuries from the sounds of it, but the ship was hit by an unknown projectile. We don't know who hit it. I would assume it's Iran, but we don't really know who it is. And apparently it's 25 nautical miles northwest of the United Arab Emirates. So that's what we know about the situation right now, generally speaking. So unfortunately, before I move into, actually, hold on a second. Let's see here. So we have a little bit more breaking news. But first of all, unfortunately, do you want to weigh in on this one before I get to the next one?
Oh, no, we can get to the next one right now.
Okay, you got super loud there. I don't know what that was about, but you got very loud. We are seeing another big breaking story, not the one out of China, by the way. We're still in the Iran situation. Apparently, during the naval drills, we're being told, based on reports, that the IRGC used missiles to deploy sea mines in the Strait of Hormuz. And apparently, if you believe the report, Iran is the first country to showcase such a capability, meaning it has basically a capability to launch mines without even sending ships out. So, unfortunately, that post is like a couple down, so you should be able to see that there if you scroll down a couple on the Twitter page. Tell us what you think about that and what you know about this whole missile mine deployment situation.
Huh. Let me look at this. Uh-huh.
Is this real?
I mean, this type of technology does exist. So, I mean, that isn't out of the question that they could have done this. I mean, like, it's not been commonly used. I've never really heard of it being used often at all, but I have heard of something like this. It's just that it's been seldom. Like, usually, like, mines are laid by ships that lay the mines. So it's interesting to hear, but it's not unheard of. This isn't impossible.
Is this something that Iran would come up with, though? Because I haven't personally heard of Iran having this technology. This sounds like something that China or Russia would have developed and then possibly given to Iran, because I haven't really heard much preliminary information about this capability until this announcement right now.
I'll be honest with you, I really don't know a whole lot about missile-deployed mines. I know that they exist, but I wouldn't really know a lot about the weapon capabilities and such. So I wouldn't be able to tell you a lot about it or where they could have come from. I mean, anyone could make one of these, really. I mean, it's basically like an MLRS missile, but at the end of it, it has some sort of a deployable mine charge, and then the body of the missile is basically the tether. Like, I kind of know a little bit about it, kind of along those lines, but I wouldn't really know much more than that.
Interesting. So we'll have to wait for more information to come out about this. This is the first I'm hearing about it, so we'll have to wait and see what else we can hear. But also, let's jump into that China news real quick. We are seeing some footage coming out showing some massive gas lines in China, and apparently, from what we're being told in the reports, if you believe it, there are thousands of Chinese drivers lining up at gas stations to fill their tanks because they know the price of oil is going through the roof and they want to get some cheap gas before the prices start going through the roof. And of course, China is going to be first affected by this because they're the ones who get most of the oil out of the strait. So they're the ones who are going to be hurting first. The U.S. will feel the pain afterward, but China's going to feel it first. So it looks like they're having a little bit of a panic inside of China, at least for right now.
It does look like it. Dang, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, that's quite a lot right there. Looks like the police are showing up too. They're going to dock everybody's credit scores for lining up.
I gotta say, that's crazy.
Are you eating something over there?
No. I'm sitting here trying to think about the whole rocket deployed mine thing. Actually, I'm sitting here raking my brain trying to think of some comparable weapon system to talk about that I would know, and that's why I'm kind of sitting here. I'm like, that's interesting because I know of one single thing that would kind of be similar, which is rocket deployed depth charges. Let me go show you all one of those. Let's see here.
He was taking long pauses there for a minute. I thought you were trying to get like a bite of something for a second. I was like, he sure is taking a long pause. I'm like imagining like taking a bite of like a enchilada or something or an empanada.
Man,
my
brain is working at 100 miles an hour, man, to find an answer to this like rocket deployed mine thing. And this is the closest thing I can think of, folks, is one of these sorts of systems right here. This is actually a rocket deployed depth charge. And these are actually wildly common, especially in the Russian and Chinese Navy, even in the modern day. And these can fire out to a range of about 7 to 8 miles, and generally try and hit a submarine underwater. This is actually why, like, submarine warfare is a lot more, anti-submarine warfare is actually a lot more complex. There's a whole bunch of weapon systems that everyone's made around the world to try and deal with them, and this is one of them. And so I think that if we were hearing about any sort of a rocket deployed or missile deployed minefield, it might be incredibly similar to this sort of a system right here, to where it's basically launched like an MLRS, and then the mines land in the water, then activate themselves, I guess, on contact with the water, and then they have some sort of a tether that extends below them that keeps them pretty much in the same spot. That could be how that sort of a system works, because that's about the best idea I have at this point.
Maybe so. I don't really understand the concept of a missile launched mine. That whole concept seems strange to me. Like it seems hard to like really wrap my mind around. So I'm not totally sure. I'll be honest. I don't know anything about that capability. I've never even heard of that until today. I didn't know that was possible. So you know, if it is something that Iran has, apparently they still have to use their drone or their mine boats to deploy the mines for the most part. But this might supplement it to a certain degree, I would assume.
I would assume. I would assume. You know, I just never can. Oh, here's one of them. This one's the one I know well. I mean, like this one is the one that's on like the Udaloys and stuff. It's there it is, the RBU 6000. Yeah, these are it. There they are. And they can fire off tons of these at a couple of miles distance from the ship. So, you know, this is a fairly effective anti-submarine measure if you can figure out where the sub is and if it's close to the surface. So, it's possible. I mean, it's possible for them to do this. I mean, the technology isn't out of the question. It's definitely very close, if not all the way there. So, I mean, it appears, folks, it appears that, they're definitely possibly laying out that minefield at that moment. So, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that those RBU 6000s were actually put on some APCs way back at the beginning of the war in Ukraine. And let me go show you all that because it's crazy looking. Here we go. Oh my god, these things look so stupid. They put these on the back of like Urals and stuff like that. And this was way back at the beginning of the war in like 2023 when the Russians were trying to figure out how to get some artillery on the front that wouldn't get blown up easy. These things got blown up easy too, but I mean, they're really wild to look at because it's literally a naval style sort of a depth charge layer. And then they would use these things as artillery against the Ukrainians. But actually, we have a Tomcat alert? Matthew, what's going on with this? What's going on here?
So I have a picture of the dead Tomcat. We actually have satellite images showing the Tomcat deceased on the runway. Take a look at this. Take a look at this real quick. Apparently, this is the damage at, well, let's see, what airport is this? This is the damage at the Katami Air Base. They're calling it an aircraft massacre. Honestly, like part of me kind of like hurts to see this because this is kind of historic aircraft getting blown up, but it is the enemy's aircraft, so they have to get hit. But it looks like they did a number on the Tomcats. I'm seeing that one right there on the little circular mark down there at the very bottom. It looks like the whole left side of the aircraft has been just scorched and screwed over. So look at that.
Amazing grace. Man, that's just a tragedy, really. This one got turned into literally just a soot smear on the runway, and this one generally got obliterated. But also, by the way, these up here on the upper end of the tarmac, where my mouse cursor is at, folks, those are actually MiG-21s or Chengdu F-7s, which the Iranians do operate a decent number of. So it appears to be a mix of F-14s and MiG-21s. I guess that's so much for the Iranian propagandists. They're talking about, America's wasting bombs on paintings. These are not paintings. Like, these are real aircraft. And what you were seeing is live television. It looks like these F-14s have gone to the grave.
Yeah, I think that might be it. That might be all their Tomcats right there, actually, for the most part. I'm seeing some people say that this is believed to host all the remaining F-14s, and they might have just taken all of them out with this strike. So it could be the death of the F-14 for Iran altogether. This could be the end of an era for the F-14s being used by Iran. So if it is, on one hand, I hate to see the F-14s go, but on the other hand, that's the end of them bragging about having these Tomcats. It's insane to me that Iran was so proud to have those because they're so old, but they were like, that shows you how bad their Air Force is, by the way, the fact they're bragging about a Tomcat. So, I'm surprised they even got any spare parts for it, to be honest. It's surprising it's still even working.
They don't have spare parts for them, by the way. Here's an interesting fact, Matthew. When we retired the F-14 Tomcat from service in the U.S. Navy in 2007, we put every single one of them in a shredder. Except for a couple that are in museums. And some people are like, well, mine's at a museum. Yeah, but the whole inside, if you took apart that F-14, all of the mechanical components inside that F-14 have generally been gutted. Because back when we decommissioned all of our F-14s, we were actually scared that if we left them in the boneyard and other storage locations in the desert, that the Iranians might try and smuggle the parts off of those aircraft back to Iran. So we literally put all of these through shredders, ripped them all apart to pieces. Very few of them are left in museum condition, and all of the parts were taken out of those and then also shredded as well. So generally they don't have spare parts, and they actually had 50 of these back in the day, but from what we knew before this war started, they were probably down to 19 operational airframes, and they basically had to ground the other ones because they had broken down so badly they were no longer flyable, and then they would cannibalize those for spare parts on the other aircraft that were still running. So that's
Also, by the way, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was just laughing. Someone said, who LFG said, they sure do love our imperialistic technology. It is really funny, though. They're like, screw the United States and the infidel, but we will have their Tomcat. It's like, I guess, like, it's weird how Russia and Iran, all of our enemies do that. They like, and also China copies the hell out of everything we make in the defense industry. They just rip the shit straight off, and they're just like, we'll just build it ourselves and replicate it, and literally just rip off the design, which they do it all the time. But the Iranians are like, we'll have a Tomcat. Well, if they can get their hands on some Western technology, they don't care if it comes from the infidel or not. They'll still have it for the most part. And Russia's the same way. Russia hates the West, but yet they want everything the West has. They even wear NASA hoodies. Like even the people that talk about the West is so nasty, they're wearing hoodies with NASA on it, which is obviously our space industry. So it's like you just can't make any sense of it.
You know, it's really crazy, honestly. These things are basically junkyard F-14s at this point because of how they're maintained. It's like most of them probably aren't even really operational. Like their radars probably don't work and such things like that. They haven't been able to find parts or replacements for them for decades at this point. So, you know, it's a little bit interesting with that. You know how they operate a whole bunch of older U.S. stuff? Let me see if I can show you all the aircraft that they have, because it's really wild. They have basically nothing modern. So let me show y'all. So they have 18 Chengdu F7s.
Ugh. I thought it was a Russian plane.
Kind of. It's based off of a MiG-21, but this is China's license-built version of the MiG-21.
I wouldn't have bought a license for that piece of junk.
Me either, but the Russians did beef theirs up a little bit, like this one, which I think is a MiG-21 bis. And these looked better because of the larger spine and also the larger air intake at the front. But the earlier ones looked like just straight garbage, like this one.
Oh, I can't stand the intake in the nose. Like I cannot stand that look.
Man, honestly, man, it looks like it goes around sniffing everywhere. Like you would hear this thing going, you know, like it's like what the hell?
Yeah, the freaking aardvark of the Air Force.
Man, this thing is the crack fiend of the sky. It just goes around sniffing everywhere as a reflex. But then they also have 63 F4 Phantoms.
Oh, look at that, a Phantom.
I mean, these are kind of cool, but these were like cool back in Nam, you know? It's like they're not cool now. Like they're a little dated. The future is now, old man. They also have 35 F5 Tigers.
Those aren't too bad looking right there. That's a Besra in GTA 5, by the way.
Also, by the way, if you don't know this, Matthew, this is really cool. They actually used a lot of the lessons learned in building the F5 in building the F-18 Super Hornets and the Hornets, and also the F-16.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah, pretty cool. So this was kind of like the baby steps getting towards those aircraft. Then they also have the F-14s, but hardly any of those are actually operational. Then, folks, the Iranians shopped some F-5 Tigers, and they came up with these. The Heza Azrach, that.
Ah, I see. Right there, it's the Besra ripoff.
Yes, and then they came up with the Kosar, which is just a tandem-seated F5. It's nothing really crazy. Then they
listen, I have a thing for, like, you know, putting pain on my eyes. Like, I have a thing for, like, you know, I got to feel the pain. Like, show me a picture of that Shahed helicopter, that beautiful specimen that will hurt your eyes. You couldn't need to see an eye doctor after seeing this aircraft here. Let's see that beautiful, beautiful Iranian helicopter. Could we please get a look at it?
1 second. I gotta go get it.
Finest things from the depths of hell. Oh, there we go. Feel the pain. Bask in the pain. Look at this thing right here. This is ugly as hell. I don't know what's actually underneath all that plywood, by the way, but there's something underneath that abomination. I think, is this it?
Yes, this is what it was.
So it used to be good before they put the plywood on it, and then it turned into the abomination. It turned into this thing right here is tough. This is tough. I don't even know why they had to add all the plywood. They could have done without it.
I'm not gonna lie, they could have. I gotta get y'all back to the Iranian Air Force, though. We have to break down the rest of what they have because it is hilarious. So Then they have 24 MiG-29s. I'm not going to lie, the MiG-29 does look pretty good, though, so, I mean, it has that going for it. Probably one of the better-looking aircraft the Soviet Union made. But then they also have 12 Mirage F-1s.
Ah.
It's meh, you know, it's all right. And then they have 30 Su-22s. Like, oh my god! It's worse than the MiG. It's, like, worse than the MiG-21 by a lot.
I would say that's pretty bad.
Also, by the way, you know what's crazy about this thing is that it actually has built-in variable sweep wing geometry. So the wings can actually fold.
Interesting. I have a feeling this aircraft right here would fold if you put it into a real war.
It has. Like, it's been folding over the past few days. And then they also have the Su-24. But these are generally like ground attack aircraft. They also have one Dassault Falcon 50. This is the plane that some of y'all would know that Kenneth Copeland has to fly around, you know, from place to place. But this is also what the Iranians use for maritime patrol. So they go looking around for warships and stuff in a private jet. I'm not going to lie, that's really stupid. Like, I don't know what gave them the idea that this was a good idea. I actually heard that before Khomeini died, he actually said, why, it was so-and-so that gave me that jet, and it was a price that I couldn't refuse. And I was like, oh, wow, it's Tyler Perry. But anyways, with that, moving on from there, they also have a couple of P-3 Orions that they got from the United States way back in the day. This was before the Shah was overthrown. And then also, they have a couple of aerial tankers, a couple of Boeing 707s, and a couple of 747 aerial tankers. I've never heard of a 747 being an aerial tanker. I think the Iranians are the only one that has these, but that's kind of a little interesting. And then they have a whole bunch of transports, but I'm trying to see if I can show y'all. I need to find the thing. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, this is another one of those crap things that they made.
Look at that. Look at that.
They have one of these. They decided it was so bad they just didn't want to make another. So they just gave up on this one. But it's the Hesse Yassen. And so, you know, pretty rough. I mean, by the way, they had the two Yak 130s. One of these was confirmed shot down over Tehran a couple of days back. So now they're down to one. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to get on into our questions and also on into our poll. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we have one last poll right here. We need to cover something that's happening inside of North and South Korea right now. We didn't cover this in the news, but it is a pretty decently sized story that we're seeing right now. In fact, Enforcer, I think you mentioned it in the... Did you cover those?
I sadly didn't because we had so much to cover. I was seeing that we were going overtime and I just had to skip it. But go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah, give the people an overview real quick of this whole story, and then we'll cover the poll.
So because of the two THAADs that had the radars knocked out in the Middle East, and also the fact that we're running out of air defense interceptors, the U.S. is moving a decent amount of Patriots and all of our THAADs out of 8th Army's command in Indo-PACOM in South Korea, and they're now diverting all of those to the Middle East. The South Korean President Lee Jae-myung earlier today stated, "We are opposing the U.S. withdrawal of some air defense weapons, but we cannot fully enforce our opinion." So it appears that the South Koreans are getting fairly concerned that the U.S. is basically leaving most of the 8th Army without really any air defense to be able to go and try and bolster our situation in the Middle East. And this is also concerning the South Korean government as well. And so a lot of people are wondering, when the hell is this going to create? And the North Koreans going to do something? And Matthew, what are they thinking? And what are you thinking?
Also, by the way, please, I go to the likes tab and pull up that tweet that I put out earlier. Like, just pull that up and leave it on the screen while I'm talking about this poll right here. I think people will understand. But the question on the poll says, the U.S. has withdrawn the THAAD and Patriot air defense to a large degree from South Korea. As North Korea is escalating, by the way, there's a major escalation happening there. North Korea is launching cruise missiles and major drills. They're doing stuff and they're aggressing. So, not good. So, what are your thoughts? 40% said North Korea won't do anything, while 33% said North Korea will probably do some military drills, and 19% said North Korea will likely use this opportunity to attack South Korea. So right now we're already seeing the military drills. So that's the first indication that things are kind of a little bit iffy right now, but this is leaving the air defense for South Korea a little bit open at the moment. South Korea wanted to protest this, but they really couldn't stop the U.S. from taking the equipment out, so they're kind of just stuck with it. So right now, if North Korea did something, they would be a little bit behind the curve, to say the least, because they're lacking some major air defense systems. So I'm going to say North Korea probably won't do anything right now, at least, but it's an appealing opportunity for them, I'm sure, because right now they're kind of wide open. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that North Korea is probably going to do nothing. in my opinion. But still, it's not a good thing to see that, we're having to basically strip air defenses from other important commands like Indo-PACOM to put them in the Middle East because of the lack of planning. Some people might say, that it's the president's 8 steps ahead, TDS. I'm sure that one's coming here in a minute, but it doesn't I just gotta say, folks, it would be TDS or something like that, where it's just politically driven if it was just bitching to bitch. But when you're having to strip an entire army, the 8th Army in South Korea, basically most of its missile-based air defenses, and move them to the Middle East because you really didn't factor in the threat that modern drone warfare would pose to the U.S. military, that's showing that you didn't plan. There's no other way to put that, because you wouldn't have to do that if you had planned properly. We would have had the drone interceptors that we needed from Ukraine or somewhere else to be able to deal with the drone threat. We wouldn't need to strip other theaters of air defenses to be able to do this. And so it generally does show there was a lack of planning. But I don't think the North Koreans are going to be doing anything about it anyway. So, it is what it is. But I do have to say, folks, if you don't like hearing criticisms, you shouldn't be bitching to us about the criticisms. You should be bitching to the government about how they should be doing better. Because we don't ever criticize anyone unless if they're not doing good and they need to do better. And I know that a lot of people like to look at their great leaders like, Biden or Trump, and look at them like they're perfect and infallible. But the reality is that they're a man just like me and Matthew, and that means that they're fallible, and they are prone to error and fail. And all the other people that they have inside of their cabinet, their administration stuff, they're also prone to err and fail. Because the last administration could do it, the current one can too. And so, if you don't like hearing about it, maybe you ought to just hope that they do better. That's what I think you should be working on.
Well, something else, by the way. I don't know if you heard it, but did you happen to hear the F-35 training over your place tonight? Did you happen to hear it?
No, I actually didn't really.
There's F-35 training going on in the valley tonight. It's also with the Royal Netherlands Air Force. They're out here as well. They do training. They do training until about 11 p.m. at night. I see people, they've been panicking all night. I've been watching my neighborhood app. Everybody's like, do y'all hear these planes? I think it's Iran. I'd say the people around here in Salt Lake City, they are on edge. When there was some booms out in the distance, people thought it was Iran. There was a meteor that hit the other night. They thought it was Iran. There's the F-35s flying around training with the Royal Netherlands Air Force tonight. People are like, is it Iran? They're back. It's like people around here are playing. They're on edge. But also, by the way, another fun fact, I was actually out the other day. I went for a bike ride near my place, and I went out and to go sit by the nearby pond. I was out to go sit out there and do some work on the computer and stuff like that. So I went out there. I was about to leave and get back on my bike and head back to the house, and I heard boom, boom. I was like, what the hell is that? It was like these huge booms out in the distance. And I at first I was kind of alarmed. I was a little bit like, I was like, that sounded like ordnance or something going off, like an explosion. That didn't sound normal. So it came out from the direction of Dugway. It came out from the west. And I was like, they must be doing some huge army testing or something out there at Dugway. It turns out they were actually doing testing for the most part. They were dropping some massive munitions out there at Dugway. You could hear it all the way from in the Salt Lake Valley, that far away. It was not a sonic boom. I heard people saying, it's a sonic boom. It was not. I know what a sonic boom sounds like. These were huge implosions or explosions happening out there at Dugway. So I don't know what the hell they're testing, but they are ramping up some type of military testing, because I haven't heard anything quite like that before.
That's really interesting, honestly. I don't see them on flight radar.
Well, they're done for the night.
Oh, damn it. I thought they were still going, man. You made it sound like they were still going. I wanted to see them. Here on flight radar. Let's see. Can we rewind this thing? Yeah, we can. Sure we can. Sure. Let's see here. So, well, I don't know what UTC, we'll just go here and start the playback. Where are they? Are these it? These are Cessna Citation Sovereigns. Well, let's see what we got here. Move 30 minutes forward, move forward again, move forward. Oh, there they were! There they were! Oh, look at them! Oh, yeah, it's the F5s. Oh, that's so cool. Look at that. Wow, they had the little aggressive squads up there. How neat. I didn't even know about this, man. I didn't even know.
Oh, look, they were heading out to Dugway, actually, to go practice out there in the Salt Lake. Or Salt Lake, not the Salt Flats, that's what I'm trying to say.
Look at that. Look at that. You know what? Let's rewind it a little bit then, because they were out there. They were out there, let's see here. Here we go. They were out here. They were flying around doing their thing, doing their aggressor training for the pilots of the Dutch Air Force and also the U.S. Air Force, teaching everyone lessons. I mean, look at that. How cool. That is actually really neat, honestly. But we do have to get on into getting some questions, folks. I mean, it is getting late into the night, long into the tooth. And so, with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to get on and into the questions. So, Matthew, what we got?
All right, so jumping right into our super chats once again, we are going to start off with the first one here, which goes to Snow Ski Master. And thank you very much, Snow Ski Master, for that $100 support, and we appreciate that very, very much. It's very generous of you, by the way. Very massive support. They said, I was wondering if you think Delta Force will be sent to demo the underground nuke sites like Granite Mountain, Esfahan, Fordo, etc. And also, thank you for the granular info that you guys put out. I have shown your show to my family, and they love it as well.
Oh, and thank you so much for the kind words and the support. And I also got to say thank you for introducing us to your family. That's great to hear. And also I got to say that they might be sent in, but we're not really sure at the moment because those might be dangerous operations. They generally require a pretty significant ground footprint. If the 82nd Airborne Division is being sent over, then that might be showing us that that could be the case. But then that might just be done by the 82nd Division and not really require the Special Forces. So I would say that's likely, but we'll have to really kind of play it out and wait and see what they're wanting to do. Because right now, considering that there isn't really an overarching plan, they're kind of figuring it out while we're also watching them figure it out. So we're kind of in the dark, much like they are at the moment, on what they even want to do. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that the best I can. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, also, I gotta say, folks, I've seen some people saying some things in the chat before we move on. Some people saying things like, "Oh, the enforcers, they're so full of shit," and yada yada yada. And you know something.
I leave that alone.
Well, you know, I just got to say something. I remember back in the last administration, many of you, the same people, were criticizing the current administration. Yeah, well, actually, the prior administration, back when they were making decisions, saying they were doing it all wrong and they're stupid. And I just got to say, folks, you got to sit back for a minute. You got to think with a level head here. You can't let basically just bandwagoning rule your entire life. If the last president, according to y'all, could do everything under the sun wrong, how in the world is the current one only capable of doing the right thing all the time? Isn't everyone capable of doing something wrong? Like, if you say that someone can only do everything wrong and then the other person can only do everything right, are you really thinking with a level head and reasoning there? You're not, because it's just not possible. I mean, we get stuff wrong on our own channel. So if we can get stuff wrong and anyone else can get anything wrong, why in the world is it the one person who's in charge right now can never be wrong? That just doesn't make any sense. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Chris Feilbach, who puts in a 50, and thank you, Chris, as well, for that support. He said, today's orb word is orbitality. He said, in chemistry, orbitality refers to the character or behavior of atomic or molecular orbitals, the regions of space where electrons are most likely to be found.
And I got to say, huge thanks to you for the support, Chris. And I got to say, thank you so much for sharing the orb word of the day. We're incredibly honored and appreciative of your support and sharing that orbitality word with us. And we're always interested to hear those orb words. And so a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 50 from Hokey Redneck, and thank you, Hokey, as well, for that $50 support. He said, how many minesweepers does the U.S. have?
0. Like, we have none. They're actually on a ship right now. Here's the picture of them, right off the U.S. coast. They're going to the scrappers yard. There's all 4 of them. Those were the only 4 we had. They're all going to the scrappers tomorrow. So, according to what we know, we have 0, sadly. So, a big thanks to you for support, Hokey Redneck, and I hope that does address the best I can. You know, I would think, folks, like, thinking with my noggin here, really thinking, considering what we're seeing right now, don't they think, like, if the crews are still around, like, if they still have the crews somewhere for these ships, somewhere in the Navy, what if they just gathered them all together and sent the minesweepers back to the Middle East, and just let them have their last little bravura here at this final moment, and then once that's over, load them back onto this ship, and then bring them back to America to be ripped apart. That's what I like. At this point, I think we might need to see that happen. But you know, I'm just some guy. You know, they're 8 steps ahead of us, clearly. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping the channel.
Guy.
Huh?
Some young guy.
Oh, like you've been here. But with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one also goes to Hokey Redneck, and thank you, Hokey, as well, for that $50 support. He said, make daylight's shift time replace daylight savings time. The sun and the earth don't care at what time we keep. Honestly, I really don't like daylight savings time. Like, it changed a few nights ago, and now it's like light until like 7 o'clock at night. So we're going live, and it's still bright outside, which is messing me up bad. It's taking a minute to get used to this. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta say, a huge thanks to you for support, Hokey Redneck, and honestly, I think the daylight savings time ought to be done with. It's obsolete. There's no purpose in it anymore, and it just causes a huge amount of confusion, especially for our international viewers, because now they're all like, you're on an hour early, what the hell's going on? And it's like, I'm sorry, it's daylight savings time. We're still going live at 10 p.m. Eastern time here in the United States, but for everyone else around the world, now we're going live at like 9 p.m. Eastern time from what they would know. And it's really annoying. But I do thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And if it wasn't for folks like you, wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 50 from Matthew Monroe. And thank you, Matthew, for that 50. He said, I appreciate you standing up for the U.S. Navy, and hooah.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and thank you for appreciating that. You know, I gotta like it's always easy for a lot of people to say stuff from a million miles away, and I also have to say that it would be pretty easy for us to do that too because we've never served. But I know people who are serving and people who did serve, and listen to them talk for endless hours about what it was really like. And when you hear and when you know the faces and names and the emotions and the interest and passions and everything else about the people who serve, it really ought to be in everyone's minds, whether they have or haven't served, that these are people that we're talking about that are on these ships, and these are fellow citizens that we're talking about putting in harm's way. And whenever we're talking about that, we should always be trying to make sure that whatever we're doing, they're at the least threat of death as possible, or even the least threat of being maimed or wounded as possible. And that's something that a lot of people will just put aside. There people are like, well, just send in the barks. There's a couple of mines, no big deal. It's like, well, yeah, but it's like if you were on that ship and you were making that call, would you want to sail into the open sea knowing that there's something out there that could blow the whole ship away and kill you in a second? It's like, no, you wouldn't. It's like, you know, people always love to be, I guess you could say, gallant with, more so just, I don't even know how to put it in the words, just gung-ho about throwing other people's lives down the drain and seeing them wounded or killed, but me personally, I'm not. I mean, like, I'll tell you this, I'm not anti-war. War is a tool and extension of the government's will and necessary for the benefit of the people sometimes. Sometimes we can't avoid war, but just because we can't avoid war doesn't mean that we need to be throwing our soldiers' lives down the drain and just acting like it's just numbers on a board. I mean, these are people just like me and you, and that always has to be kept in consideration when we talk about what the military is doing. But a huge thanks to you.
Also, by the way, just a fun fact, by the way, you know the term gung-ho is actually a misinterpretation of a Chinese phrase called gung-he, which means work together.
Really?
Yeah, it's actually a misinterpretation. The Americans heard the Chinese saying gung-he, which means work together, and they're like, that means gung-ho. It's like, and then it sort of, they ran with it. It means extremely enthusiastic to the large degree. So that's an American misinterpretation of Mandarin.
Oh, that's interesting. And I got to say, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And also, thank you, Mandy, for sharing that interesting fact right there. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 50 from Zunit, and thank you, Zunit, for that $50 support as well. And Zunit said, thank you for the fantastic news, and I am trying to find where the president told a general he doesn't give a shit about the star right. Maybe I misunderstood you, or I can't find it anywhere else. God bless and the LSA.
Well, I'm not saying that a general said that. Like, if I'm being a little bit honest here, if anyone said that, it was probably either the Secretary of Defense or the president, because generally the military has spoken for decades about the threat that the Iranians could pose to the Strait of Hormuz, and it's especially well understood in naval circles, for anyone who's ever read publishings by the U.S. Navy, that the Strait of Hormuz is really the only way the Iranians could actually hurt us. And so the ignorance involved in not factoring that into war planning would have to come from somewhere to where that sort of ignorance wouldn't be understood. And that means that it has to come from someone who's not entirely familiar with the naval strategies that would be at play with going to war with Iran. And there's only two people that I could think of that would be ignorant to that degree. It would either be the president, or it would be the Secretary of Defense. The Secretary of Defense, I believe, served in the Army and the Army National Guard, so naval warfare really wouldn't be his strong suit, especially if both of them are strong-headed and they basically don't give a damn what other people are telling them, and it's basically their way or the highway. They have the authority to basically just tell people, shut the hell up, do what I want, or you're going to be dismissed from your position. And they either have to go with it or they have to resign. That's basically the options for those who are actually career officers and generals. But the amount of ignorance in the war planning to where the Strait of Hormuz was not even considered, it's giving off the idea that someone had to have just known that that wasn't even an issue, maybe the president or the Secretary of Defense, and they just said, we want to bomb these things. And if a general even dared to bring that up, they said, shut the hell up, I don't give a damn, we want to do this instead, so do it. And then they just have to go, yes, Mr. President, or yes, Mr. Secretary, we'll get on that right away. That's what I'm thinking. Because anybody in the Navy, I mean, literally anybody in the world, I could even have told you all this before the war, and we did. I mean, we said endless times, the Strait of Hormuz is really the only way that the Iranians could truly nip us in this war and really do some damage. So that needs to be our number one priority in dealing with that, because after we deal with that threat and we make sure the Strait of Hormuz is clear and safe, there's really no way they could even try and hurt us at that point. We are already on the winning side of the war inside of Iran, and the only thing that they could hurt us with is the Strait of Hormuz. And like, just circling back to it and rounding this whole thing out, it had to have been someone who just basically called all the shots, that was wildly ignorant on military strategy, because this is something that even a novice could pick up on, and it wouldn't be that hard to notice that this would be a significant threat to our interest in the region if the Strait of Hormuz was cut off. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Mr. Nightman, who puts in a 50. And thank you very much, Mr. Nightman, for that support. He said, definitely overblown. And he's speaking about the whole sleeper cell thing. He said, Israel is a closer target for those type of bad folks out there. And where are the sleeper cells hitting Israel? Knock on wood. I do think there will be some outliers, but nothing close to chaos. So here's the thing. Here's what I know generally about the whole sleeper cell threat. There have been allegedly, according to people that are like in the intel community, they claim that there's been large numbers of pro-Iranian aligned sleepers that have entered the United States through the southern border. But of course, you really can't put a number to it because there's not records of that. Obviously, that's the whole point. There's no records of it. So I believe that probably has some truth to it, but we just simply don't know what the number is. There's people out there that speculate there's basically like a small army in the United States. And there's some people that say it's just a handful of lunatics that got in. So that's the big variable right now that we don't know. So sadly, just a lack of information is really what we have. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that generally there's a chance, but something that a lot of people don't know about the Israelis is that the Israelis basically run a police state, and the Shin Bet, which is their version of like the FBI or some other form of an internal bureau of investigation, kind of like ours, they're generally going to be on top of that and put that down pretty quickly before it could even happen. And that's why you never really hear of a lot of terrorist incidents happening in Israel, is because the Shin Bet usually is able to find it out and get on top of it. That's unlike October 7th of 2023, because Shin Bet couldn't really notice what was going on in the Gaza Strait because it's basically just a mire of hellish activity every day, so it's really hard to get through all of the fog of that and get down to what they were trying to do in Hamas, and that's why that was able to get kicked off with some success. But I would say that the chances of such an attack happening on U.S. soil is a lot higher, because y'all have to remember, folks, there are a lot of people in America who have what I like to call the Avatar movie syndrome, to where they basically align themselves with a whole other country and a whole other ideology that isn't even America's, because they just imagine that they're going to fight the bad guys, which is their very own countrymen. And you see that a lot of things, like, say, the incident in Austin with the shooting at that bar and other incidents like that, start to happen from people who are lone wolf operators. And those are the people who aren't a part of any sort of a smaller terrorist cell or anything like that in America. They're literally just American citizens who have been online way too much and have been radicalized there, and then they conduct attacks here in the United States. And that's generally where the largest threat probably domestically lies for us here in the United States of America, is from that direction. I would hope that the FBI will be on top of that and stop that. most times before it happens, but some of them are going to make it through, and that's the unfortunate reality of dealing with radical groups like the Islamic regime, is that they will try and mobilize these sorts of crazy loons to conduct heinous acts here on our own home soil. But I do hope that does address it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 33 from Hal Rose, and Hal said, over the years, Ukraine's earned the title Home of the Brave, some WW, still fight alongside the bravest of the brave. And what say you?
And I gotta say, it's a really great thing to see that people in the Foreign Legion, well, the Foreign Legion actually doesn't exist anymore in Ukraine. A lot of people from other nations do fight on the side of Ukraine. I have to say that's a very honorable and commendable thing. And so a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it rolling. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Robert Krogan, and thank you, Robert, as well, for that support. He said, good evening, all, and a little for chicken and gas.
And thank you so much for the chicken and gas fund, Robert. And thank you for helping this channel to keep on running as well. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Yenya Tolls. And thank you very much, Yenya, for that support. They said, we're in the golden age. No more wars. Gas is free. Drug prices down 15,000% or 1,500%. I can't stand the winning.
Oh, man. Man, I mean, really, I mean, it's something else, it really is. I mean, it's basically like, campaign promises don't really count for much of anything. So, damn. But anyways, with that, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I got to say, folks, I just got to be honest with y'all here for a minute. I was really hoping that, the inflation and stuff that was happening in, the last years of the last administration would at least stop in the current one. But it's actually, kind of accelerating. Just being honest. And that's not really a good thing because, we all pay bills, and I really don't like the idea that things are just getting more expensive at an even faster rate than they were before. But that's just me, if you don't agree with that and you think that's stupid and you want to, now do something heinous, I mean, for one, that's not a smart idea to try and threaten that against us. But two, I mean, that's, I guess, kind of your opinion. But, I was kind of hoping that things would at least level off a little bit and not just keep rising even faster, But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here, hold up. Hold on a second. Is this real? This isn't real. This can't be real. This has got to be AI. AI has gotten too good. Is this AI? I can't show this. I think it's AI. There's a AI video. I'm gonna say it is that is showing the U.S. president in the Oval Office pulling back the curtains. You know how he has I think it's the Declaration of Independence on the wall or something like that in the Oval Office. He has in this AI video a picture of the cardboard cutout of Mujtaba Khomeini on the wall, and it looks so realistic. It almost had me fooled for a second. I can't show it, sadly. I wish I could show this so bad. I'm gonna put it in our likes tab though. But oh my goodness, this is crazy. You might be able to just show an image of it. You can show just the image of the thing.
And where is it? It's under the likes tab.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We can't show that at all. But I'm seeing it. Oh,
that is insane. That's insane. Also, by the way, we can show this though. Let's see here. Cardboard. I'll show you where this meme's coming from. Cardboard cutout of Mujtaba. Because the son, the one who just took charge of Iran, they brought in a cardboard cutout of him into the Iranian center. So let's see if I got this little video right here. Here we go. I just reposted it right now. Show the people this, by the way. They got a cutout of their new leader because he's apparently jacked up in a coma or something. So he couldn't quite make it.
Dang. Oh my God. Bro, put him in on a sick day. I can't believe that.
This guy's hugging the cardboard.
That is insane.
He's laughing.
This is ridiculous.
This guy's laughing. Look, the guy can't even hold in his laughter. Also, there's Khomeini's picture over there on the left too.
Oh my God, dude, this is a joke.
Yeah, I don't think this is AI, is it?
I don't know, but I feel like the world's gone mad, man.
I feel it's gone mad, man.
It's madman.
It's crazy ting.
It's a crazy ting, blood. Anyways, with that, it's time for us to get on to the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next one here. This one's going to go to Tony Capitorto, and thank you very much, Tony, for that 20. He said, with China supplying Iran with drone tech and BGM 109, do you think China would aid Iran with nuclear material to assist with their threat to create nukes from materials salvaged from the enrichment sites? And thoughts?
Also, China is not supplying Iran with Tomahawk cruise missiles. The Chinese don't have those, so I have to clarify that really quickly. But outside of that, no, I would say that the Chinese wouldn't provide nuclear material to the Islamic Republic of Iran, because Iran's a rogue state. They're literally lashing out at everyone and did cause damage to China. Imagine what they might do with a nuclear weapon. So, big thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Julian Lopez, and thank you, Julian, for that 20 as well. He said, would we use the USS Oakland for the mine?
The USS Oakland. Let me go pull this up here really quickly. And yeah, you could use the Oakland. It's an LCS, an Independence class. These are actually some of the vessels that we would try and fit in for minesweeping these days. So yeah, you could see that USS Oakland possibly being used. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Gary Smith, and thank you, Gary, as well, for that support. He said, great war coverage, and don't forget to like and come back. The LSA is real.
And thank you so much for the support, Gary Smith. And I got to say, thank you so much for supporting the channel and throwing in some kind words as well. We greatly appreciate it. And so a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We've also got a 20 from Arar 983, who said, enforces news withdrawals end on Tuesday nights. LSA.
And, you know, we always got to dress up in our Sunday best. But I got to say, man, the way you said Tuesday, I was like, Sunday best, man. Like, you know, but beyond that,
I feel a little bit Scottish today, yeah? That's not even Scottish.
Man, I think that's from, like, Despicable Me, wasn't it? You know, it's like, they always have him dressed in his Sunday best. You know, that's what I always thought we got it from. But anyways, beyond that, though, I gotta say, it's a great thing that we were able to get back to Enforcer News again tonight, and I gotta thank you incredibly for the support, Aurora, and helping this channel to keep on running. So big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and also, by the way, like I got to say this as well. There's some people watching that I know personally and stuff like that. I saw at the very beginning of the stream, a friend of mine almost maybe like crack out and start laughing at the very beginning of the stream earlier. Have you updated your computer recently, by the way?
No, it's been on for a couple of days.
Man, not only are people in the chat saying to update your computer, but people I know are texting to Matt, tell him to update his computer. I'm like, I'll take your word for it, because the buddy that I have is in cybersecurity and works as a contractor for some folks out there that I'm not sure if he wants me telling that information, but works for some folks out there in cybersecurity. He's like, Matt, tell him to update the computer. I'm like, I'll tell him, but need to update that PC, bro. Need to update it.
Man, it's on literally 24/7, man. Like, I'm not even kidding. It's literally on all day, every day for the larger part. It's hard to find the time, you know. It's hard to find the time, but I'll have to get it restarted here. Right now, Matthew just gave the Chinese the code word they need. Break in! Like, everybody said that. We're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Kevin Locke, and thank you very much, Kevin, for that 20. And they said, just supporting the channel.
And thank you so much for the support and just supporting the channel. It means a lot to us. It helps us to keep this thing running. It helps us to have meals, and we appreciate that. And so a big thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Ronan Declassified, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Ronan, as well, for that support. He said, hello from Tokyo, Japan. I've been following this channel since the beginning of the Ukraine war. And also, I have a friend from Iran who lives here, and he was so happy when he heard about what happened to Ayatollah.
Oh, and a big hello to Tokyo in Japan. You know, in Japan, there's a lot of cool stuff, like Mount Fuji. Whoa. Those just like Mount Rainier, really. But it's impressive. And they also have Tokyo. Like this. Look at this, folks. Oh my god.
Oh. But they don't have Mount Pektu.
No, they do not have Mount Pektu.
You know, a fun fact about Mount Pektu?
What?
The craziest events in the world have happened at Mount Pektu. Like, dudes being born riding a horse. Like, the craziest things you've ever seen in your life have happened on Mount Pektu. And also, it's a very dangerous place, by the way. If you go there and happen to goof off a little bit, it happens to be very dangerous because the government doesn't quite like that.
Man, you forgot. No, you forgot this. Kim Jong-il was born on this mountain under a shooting star and a double rainbow. But here's the problem with that. to see a shooting star, it'd have to be night. And to see a double rainbow, it'd have to be broad daylight. So which was it? Like, was it nighttime or was it broad daylight when this little bastard was born? Like, which was it?
Me personally, I think that's a bad sign of where you grow up. If you're born and you're seeing shooting stars, like the moment you're born, you might be in a bad neighborhood.
It was just the South Koreans spinning the block. Like they're like, look, a shooting star. It was a trace around going overhead. Like,
oh, make a wish there, great leader. Look, it's a shooting star. Oh shit! Jump for cover. It's like it's not a shooting star. Damn it! It's the Koreans.
Dude, it was damn Syngman Rhee and his gang of goons in South Korea, man. It's like, bro, it's a white horse. Man, honestly, man, I think that's probably more realistic, to be straight up. If y'all don't know, Kim Jong-il, who is the son of Kim Il-sung, who is the original Kim of Korea, was actually born somewhere in Siberia. We believe it's somewhere up in this area around Khabarovsk, up here. But we don't really know for sure, because there really isn't a lot of records or data, even in the Soviet Union, about his birth. But Kim Il-sung was actually an officer in the Soviet military, and he was basically handpicked by Stalin to become the new leader of North Korea during the formative years of North Korea, right before the Korean War started. So there's a little bit of a fun fact for y'all. But anyways, I hope that does address that little tidbit well. And with that, Matthew, we got to pick up the pace. We got so many questions to go and so little time. Matthew, what do we got?
We also have a 10 from none other than Pokey, who said, sending some love and thanks for all you do.
Thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Cyprian, who said, I want to thank you both for providing nonstop coverage of the Iran war and the Ukraine war. I've been listening to your channel for over 2 years, and keep up the great work.
And I got to thank you so much for support, Cyprian, and helping this channel to keep running. And I got to say that we are massively appreciative to know that you've been here for 2 years and hopefully 2 years more. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Cachulian343, who said Sunday was a perfect example of why you should treat your allies with respect. Most of your audience isn't even American, and yesterday was arguably your best fundraiser ever, and it pays off in many ways.
And I would definitely say so. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Brandon G. He said, do you think Israel is taking on more damage than is being reported? And thank you for the reporting live in LSA.
Generally, we've seen most of the damage that has been caused in Israel, but the Israelis have been trying to downplay it as much as they can, like, just being honest, because the Israelis, you know, generally try and make it look like, oh, look, they can't touch us. And it's like, well, they are, you know, it's like they did that during the 12-Day War, and we actually got a lot of flack for that afterwards because they basically rewrote the history of how that went. And we remember at the beginning of the war, they were shooting down a decent amount of stuff, but by the end of the 12-Day War, the Iranians were landing hits basically daily, almost every few hours, and we were like, wow, their air defenses really aren't doing too well. And then months later, when we said that again, don't you dare, you were an Iranian scum, you know. It's like, well, no, that's actually what happened. It's like, you know, like, military analysis doesn't have room for your emotions, you know. It's just all about facts and what the reality is. So they are taking damage, and they are trying to downplay it, but we even saw that they took some damage today and some hits in Tel Aviv. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, Israel's not the only one trying to prevent that information from getting out. We're also seeing that the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, is also now requiring content creators to get a license and a permit to post on social media because they want to regulate what people are uploading because they don't want all this bad information to get out there. So wonderful UAE, by the way, fantastic. But anyways, jumping into our next one, this one goes to Cachulian343 once again. They said this war is being waged with incompetence, in their opinion. They said, I'm starting to think that it's malice, and also sadly, I can't read the rest of it, though. It gets too political, but we do appreciate that support. We also have a 10 from Cachulian once again, and it looks like, let's see here. I'm going to have to bridge this one a little bit, too, as it gets pretty political at the beginning, but the middle of it says, drones on the strait were the only two things that Iran could use to hurt the U.S., and both were ignored.
And I would have to say, I thank you for the support, Cachulian. I would say that there's definitely some fair criticisms in there. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And also, I saw someone said, oh my God, people can't define reality by their feelings? I feel. Like, yeah, you can't. Like, that's what a lot of people get wrong. Like, a lot of people these days have basically just given up on reality and they just are compelled entirely by emotion. And it's really annoying to work with because they basically just have this preconceived notion in their mind, like, I love America, I hate America, I love the Republicans, or I love the Democrats and I hate the other group. And like, if you ever work against their like fictitious world that they build inside of their heads, they just go mental. I mean, they really do, and it's really hard to work with because it's basically like dealing with a bunch, like especially with that crowd, it's basically like dealing with a bunch of immature children, be like kids who don't want to hear like the bedtime story told in the way they don't like it, where you're like, and then our hero ran into a little bit of trouble. Don't say that. I like him. Change the story. And it's like, no, it's like this is real life. Like we can't do that. It is what it is. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, real quick, I do have a new meme, just real quick to show. We can take a little 30-second delay for this little meme here because it's something worthy of showing. Let's show the people this meme on the Twitter page. As you can tell, this is who should be in the hot seat right here. The cardboard cutout of Mujtaba sitting in the White House. As you can tell, they're saying, no, Mujtaba, you don't have the cards. You don't have the cards. You be quiet now, as you can tell right here.
Man, that's real. Like, that is real. But anyways, with that, that's the end of that meme right there, that breaking meme. A real good one actually. And also, I just saw someone like here's an example, folks. Someone just said in the chat, "LMAO, you guys really can't win a single war since the World Wars." Hey, that's the thing. Like, here's the thing, folks. I got to point this out, and we're gonna move on. That's completely compelled by emotion. I mean, there's one war that we clearly won since World War II, which was the Gulf War of 1991. It was literally a hands-down strategic and tactical victory in every way. And then people who don't really like America, and they want to take a jab at America, they literally rewrite history to where the Gulf War never happened, and every single war has been a military defeat, like a major defeat, since the end of World War II. It's like, you can't do that. It's like, that's not reality. It's like, sure, Iraq and Afghanistan didn't go well, but literally saying that we lost every single war since World War II is just untrue. It's like, how in the world did South Korea come into being? Well, we clearly ended up getting at least in a stalemate or a victory there, because like South Korea still exists. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from the Dirty Bubble, who said, why doesn't the U.S. use synthetic aperture radar, SAR, Doppler tomography, to search for underground launchers, mines under the water, and tunnel networks into the nuclear research and enrichment centers and LSA?
And I'm going to have to be honest with you here. The Dirty Bubble. That's a great question. But unfortunately, I think that one is far beyond my knowledge to be able to answer. Oh, the enforcer doesn't know everything? Yeah, I don't. So I do thank you for the support and helping the channel to keep it running, but sadly, I don't know why they wouldn't be doing that because I just don't know enough about that type of technology. But a big thanks to you so much for the support, and with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to Matthew Perry, who puts in a 10. And he said, if they laid mines, hit their shipping port in the Strait with Moab, it's not about the effectiveness, it's about sending a message. It's what the orb would do.
Well, I mean, you could kill a lot of civilian port workers doing that, and that might not go too well, because we already did wipe out that whole school of girls in Manab, and I don't really think we want to go around trying to repeat that. Like, it would be an interesting idea, but you basically have to tell everyone to evacuate the port beforehand, which would give them an idea of what's up. So, it's an idea, but I think that we ought to be going around trying to mitigate damage to civilian infrastructure as much as we possibly can that isn't really dual use, in my opinion. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from USA at Stake, who said, I have to apologize for my earlier message. After your analysis of the air and sea risk of the Hormuz, I now agree. And I'm sure our military is being pressured to get the Strait of Hormuz. And thank you.
Thank you for the support, and I think that's what a lot of people don't know, because when I lay it out in really in-depth terms like we did at the beginning of the show, it really starts to paint the picture that this is a lot more difficult, and whether people like to hear that or not, that's just the reality of life right now. And I gotta say, I thank you for the support and agreeing with us, and I hope that they are working very hard to try and reopen the Strait, because if they're not, the damage is going to be pretty significant, at least economically, and that's also something that people aren't getting. It's like, them closing the Strait isn't destroying the U.S. military, it's destroying the U.S. economy, and we generally want to see that both of those, as far as damage inflicted, is mitigated as much as possible. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from AMX10 Speedy Bang Bang, who said, I listened to some of your streams from early in the Iran war during yesterday and today, and some of your analysis was really interesting, such as the sustainment difficulties with their transport erect launchers.
And thank you so much for the support. And I thank you for enjoying the analysis. I try and do my best to give an overview as much as I would know about the kind of realities that happen in warfare like this. And I got to say a big thanks to you for enjoying the analysis, and I hope that it was tops. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
A big shout, by the way, to Roger B, who put in a 5, and we appreciate you, Roger, for that support. We also have a 7 from Winston Smith, who said, I really appreciate the dedication to accuracy in reporting that information, like with the Strait of Hormuz. No other sources come close, so thank y'all.
Hey, thank you so much for the support and the kind words. You know, I feel like we do a good work here, and I hope that we have. If y'all think so, you know, hit the like button or something. But with that, we're on to the next one.
You know, I can't remember a time when I was wrong. Honestly, like you know, you know, I was always right. I was always right. That's what they told me. That's what they're telling me, at least. I'm always right, and they say rarely wrong, Matt. That's what they call him, rarely wrong, Matt. But anyway, I'm joking, by the way.
But you know,
I'm just doing a little famous imitation.
But you know something that's interesting, like adding to that, like a lot of people will say stuff like, "Oh, the enforcers are never wrong." But here's the thing: we are wrong. Like with the rising oil price, we were wrong. We said that earlier on air. But the thing is that whenever we like address something in the chat, it's just so woefully wrong that it's just wrong. Like there's no way to go, well, you have a point. Like if someone says, oh, like before the war with Iran, people were literally in the chat going, oh, you know, the U.S. Navy is going to sweep through the Strait of Hormuz literally within the hour of the war. It's not even going to be a problem. And 10 days later, they haven't done that. And I was saying that they wouldn't be able to do that until they cleared out the area. And it's like stuff like that that's said, it's just so wrong, it's wrong. Like there's no fair argument or point to it. It's just working off of pure emotion and like pride to the point of hubris that gets people hurt. Is, you know, oh, we're just so great, it's no problem. It's like, you know, Russia thought that. Like, it's like, and now they're into Ukraine 4 years. Overconfidence is dangerous. You know, you have to work with the reality of
Russia. That's what they're always
Russia,
telling me.
Russia.
That's what they're telling me. They said, Sir, you're rarely wrong, sir. You're rarely wrong. Believe in yourself. That's what they said. I took it to the extreme. They said, yes, sir. You can't tell him he's wrong, sir. You can't tell him that. Or he has a little thing called getting fired. That's what they have it. They call it getting fired. They said, get out of here. Get your shit and get out.
Mr. President, did you really step in dog dookie when you were walking back to the White House from the helicopter? What a stupid idiot you are, even bringing up something like that. It was the best dog shit anyone stepped in. History says it. People have been calling me up going, wow, that was a big pile of dog shit. You must feed the dogs really well. It's like, oh, come on. It's like, this is getting old.
You know, people have been calling me. People have been calling me and telling me that Matt, he rarely gets it wrong. They said, sir, you got to promote him, sir. You got to promote him. I said, I cannot promote him. He's always right. He's always right. They call him always right, Matt. That's what they call him, sir. They said, sir.
But with that, I guess we got to move on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to Howie, who put in a 20. And thank you, Howie, for that support. He said, howdy, guys. Remember me? I do remember you, by the way. He said, I'm just checking in. What do y'all prefer in Utah? The hot dog stands or national parks? I'm glad to see y'all doing well.
National parks. Like, I can answer that off.
Oh, yeah.
The scenery, or even if it's not a national park, it's just beautiful around here. It truly is. It's amazing. Like over here, like, let's see, where's that little trail? Here it is. Isn't this the one? I don't know. There's a lot of them around here. You can get them confused. Let me see if I can get y'all up here. Oh, here we are. Oh, yes. We went up here. Oh, wow. It's like totally different back then. They've really built this out in like 5 years or 6 years or so. Look at that.
They build it fast out here.
Yeah, but that's we climbed up here the other day. It wasn't to this spot. It was to another spot a little bit further down, but it had basically the same view. And it's just gorgeous out here, really. It's an amazing place. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to none other than the Bearded Sailor. He said, you say I talk out of emotions, yet I wish nothing but the best to the American people. We're just tired of these false flag wars that go nowhere. But it's not false flag, though. It's not false flag, because here's the most direct proof. For the people that say, oh, we're doing this for Israel. Iran actually had the nuclear material, and they still have it in their possession, 800 kilograms worth of 60% enriched uranium. So that's proof that they're working toward nukes. Also, by the way, when they go into their legislature and say death to America, that's a pretty bad sign as well. So nukes combined with the whole threatening statements they keep making over and over, and also the massive stockpile of ballistic missiles that they're currently using as proof that they have some bad intentions up their sleeve. So we had to deal with it, but I was hoping we had a better plan than this. But Enforcer, what say you?
I understand that people wish best for the American people, and we do as well on the channel, but that doesn't mean that you get to just basically put your head in the sand. That's how you get people killed, you know? That's how Americans died on the Lusitania in World War I, and that's also how plenty of American sailors and airmen died at Pearl Harbor in 1941, was because everyone thought that the best interest of the American people was basically just, basically just sticking our heads in the sand and then letting someone come and kick us in the ass while it was pointing straight up in the air. And sometimes you can't let people do that. That's what the Iranians are about to be doing. As like the ridiculousness of the whole thing of, oh, we're just fighting a false flag war for the Israelis, is that American people, American citizens are at risk from Iran. They hate us as much as they hate Israel. That's why they're working on an ICBM, so that way they could get the nuclear weapon they're going to make over here to us to vaporize you and me, or one or the other. And that's what we're trying to avoid. Because sticking our head in the sand until someone does that isn't really helping out anyone. It's actually hurting more people than it's helping. So it'd be a lot better to go into this and deal with it now, instead of letting them kill a couple of million Americans, maybe even you. So where we have to go over there and now, instead of fighting to stop that from happening, we're going over there to basically avenge you after you've been killed. And I don't really believe that a government should work in a reactive way when American lives are at stake. It should be always working proactively. Because, that's the very same, like, you could even say that that's the same thing that might have happened in 2001. Oh, we don't want to go over there and deal with that now. And then that happened. And look how that turned out. That turned out even worse. So, I would say that it's better to be proactive rather than reactive. Otherwise, we end up with stuff like that over here. And so I thank you for the support. But at the same time, just because we want what's best for the American people doesn't always mean that we basically just sit there and poke our head in the sand and have our ass up in the air to get it kicked by someone somewhere. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. With that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Blix, who said, did Israel and the U.S. failed in prioritization of targets? The mine-laying ships being targeted today seems like a failure, but I'm thinking the missile launchers have been the priority since the start.
The missile launchers have been the priority since the start, and generally I would say, though, that is a failure, because they've had plenty of additional firepower capabilities with the strategic bombers, with all the additional naval air arms that we brought into the area, that they could go and target anything. We didn't have to go and bomb Iran. We didn't even have to go and bomb Tehran, is more so what I'm saying. It's hard to get the two different because they both end with Iran. But we didn't have to go and bomb Tehran into oblivion, because Tehran isn't the most important thing to deal with right now. After we obliterated Khamenei, Tehran basically is out of the picture. It doesn't even really matter all too much. The TELs within Western Tehran, the air defenses nationwide, and the naval and mine-laying forces and anti-ship forces down here in the Strait of Hormuz were the top 3 priorities. It doesn't matter. I don't really care if Qasem Soleimani is still going to be alive in a week. We'll get him eventually, or it won't matter, because it doesn't, notice now, it didn't matter how many of those top government officials we took out. They're still going. So all of those bombings beyond Khamenei were basically completely pointless. We could have just gone down there and started dealing with that at day one, and we would have been able to avoid the situation we have right now. Now we have a whole bunch of dead top Iranian officials from the Islamic regime, and really nothing to show for it, because they still blocked the Strait of Hormuz, and they're still fighting. And that's generally why going after top leaders like that doesn't work. This isn't the movies. Taking out Xerxes of Persia, it doesn't make the Persian army go running for the hills. This is real life. That doesn't work. You got to go and knock out their military abilities, and then the leaders are basically a treat afterwards. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Tabitha Silvers, who said, never miss a show, and thanks, guys, for all you do, and I hope you guys have girlfriends that take care of you.
And I thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying everything that we do. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Live Animal, who said, I have a feeling the supporters of the regime might become the group that the Iraqi army became after being dismantled.
You're talking about those, let's see, what were they? The Fedayeen, I believe they were called. Maybe, but that really depends on whether they can get their hands on guns. And as long as we stop them from being able to just raid abandoned army armories, that wouldn't really happen, hopefully. And so a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 Canadian from Justin, and thank you, Justin, for that support. He said, I am too old to fight. Keep going.
Oh, and I thank you for the support, and we will keep going. And I thank you greatly for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Ripple Effect, who said they had to let them mine it on purpose. And come on, they didn't take out the Iranian boat that do the mining, and we are scraping or demining ship now.
And I thank you for the support, and that's very interesting. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from 535 Medic, who said fuel costs not going back down with oil as a price gouge fear tax. Wholesale gas prices dropped 6%, but the pump price is still increasing. There's a price disconnect.
And that is true. That is true, and it's a unfortunate thing to see, really. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, for the guy that said he's too old, let's see, Justin R. Who said I'm too old. You better be glad you're not in Russia, by the way, because they don't have that motto about they're too old to fight. Like everybody's fighting. Like it doesn't matter. They have a grandpa out there, unfortunately, fighting on the front lines as well. So thankfully, the United States doesn't think like that. At least right now, it doesn't. Hopefully, it never does. But our next one here goes to Michael Lucero, who puts in a 5. He said, "I heart the channel. What are your thoughts?" Sadly, I can't talk about that one right there. Definitely not talking about that one right there. That's a spicy meatball on that one, to say the least, right there. I got some thoughts on it, but I'm not going to say them here. But we also have a 5 from Buddy, who said another channel is reporting that Mujtaba Khamenei, the new leader, is actually in a coma in a hospital after losing one leg. Do you have any info?
Yeah, actually, that's true. And in Russia, they would call that conscription capable. To the front line with that guy. You know, speaking of Justin R's, man, I was wanting to add in, like in Russia, you could go up to the conscription office. They'd be like, "Do you have a leg? Yes. Finger? Yes. He'll be a machine gun." It's like, man, it's like they take anybody in Russia. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support. It's much better.
Russia's especially fond of dudes that look like Pigpen. You know, like the dude with like the dust cloud around him and stuff like that. They're especially fond of Pigpen because, like, I don't know what it is, but like the guys that go in the Russian military, those poor guys look like they've been beat down. Like they look like they're in foul shape. Like, you know, I'm kind of like chuckling and joking about it, but they've got like legit grandpas in their military that are sending out there on the front lines on the daily. Some of them are in foul shape, like to the point where they probably came and do normal PT, like physical training for the most part. They're in rough shape.
Man, they said, physical training? Not necessary. You won't be alive long enough to do a mile. Going out there. Like, it's like, oh, man. It's like, man, you're screwed if you're in Russia right now. Like, it's not a great place to be. You know, fighting for whatever the hell they say they're fighting for these days. They change it about weekly at this point. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Matthew Perry once again. He said, it's likely China giving Iran targeting intel, and they're using the Chinese military GPS for the ballistics.
And, you know, that's probably true as well. And we'll have to see how that goes or if there's any information that comes out on that. But I generally assume that's probably dead on correct because the Chinese don't like us either. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from AAMB, who said, I guarantee that most people who voted yes to that poll aren't draft eligible. I'm not fighting this war just because we can't play incorrectly. And also, thank you for the support. Also, by the way, to address that poll real quick, so that way we can sort of tie that into your question there. I ran a poll. I said, do you support a military draft in the U.S.? 64% said no, and 37% said yes. That's actually more people saying yes than I thought. I will admit, a lot of people that are very gung-ho for the draft happen to be people that are way out of the draft age bracket, which is kind of a little bit lame, if you ask me a little bit, because it's like the young people who are actually having to go fight, it seems like they ought to have a bigger say in it, since they're the ones actually going to be being basically compelled to go fight on behalf of the United States. So, you know, it's a little strange. The most vocal people about it are the ones who aren't even eligible for the draft. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say no. Conscripts are usually very low morale, and they usually perform poorly in war. And not only that, I don't like the idea, unless if it's a national defense prerogative, of conscripting people against their will into the armed services, unless if it's a national imperative that be done. Like, say, an attack by the Russians or an attack by the Chinese, then I would see that a draft might be necessary. But this is a preemptive offensive war, if we're speaking truthfully here, against Iran for national security reasons. And while it is for national security reasons, that doesn't justify a draft. And not only that, I have to say that it's a little bit odd to me that people who are fairly old now are in support of the draft, because back in the day when they were the age of the people who would be draft eligible, not a lot of them were. And it's like, that's really unfair to sit there and basically say that now that you're past the drafting age, when you were drafting age, you didn't like the idea, but now that you're beyond it, now it's time for others to go and be drafted. Like, nobody wants to be drafted unless if it's something that is vital for the safety and security and existence of the nation. This is one that I would say definitely doesn't require it. Like, if the Russians even are in the 4th year of the war in Ukraine and they're still not willing to declare a public mass mobilization, which would be a step above their usual conscription that they have done their entire history, why in the world would the U.S. go and say the war with Iran requires a draft? There's not even any ground forces involved in this war. So what would we be drafting all of these people for? To fly planes? You don't get enlisted conscripts to fly jets. That's something that officers do. And you don't get a whole bunch of enlisted grunts to go run ships that don't even exist. So all these guys would just be going in the army or something and doing literally nothing.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, so with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Joppy, and thank you, Joppy, as well, for that 20. He said, without the words and excuses, it's a fact that the U.S. have not done what you yourself should be obvious and relatively simple in order to open the strait, and that the U.S. are getting rid of sanctions of Russia as a result. And at a certain point, you need to connect the dots with action, speaking louder than words, in regards to the previous super chat.
And I didn't say, Joppy, we've seen it, and we're trying to see how that's going, because it might be reversed, possibly, or it might stay. So we're trying to watch that right now and see what it is, because if it stays around, that's going to be double bad. There was no planning for the war in Iran, and not only that, we're lifting sanctions and allowing an enemy of the United States and the Russian Federation to economically prosper, which means that foreign policy has become an absolute failure at that point and a complete joke, which, a lot of people, look, if it is what it is. If you don't like it, go watch some, political show. This isn't one. But with that, a big thanks to you for support, Jobby. I do thank you for support and helping the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Laser, who said, may the orb of judgment shine over the of your enemies, LSA.
And thank you so much for the support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Daniel Kerber. He said, in World War II, aerial mines existed also, and it wouldn't be hard to modify a rocket or missile to do something similar.
And I would say that it's definitely not out of question. I definitely agree with you there, Daniel. And a big thanks to you once again for support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Paul DeSena, who said, yes, but why do we have no sweepers, shouldn't we?
We have no sweepers, just like how the Marine Corps retired all of their main battle tanks because of reasons. Like I get the whole thing about Force Design 2030, but it also doesn't really make any sense to completely phase out main battle tanks from an entire branch. At least to me, it's like, wouldn't that be good to have that capability there just in case you needed it? You don't want to call in the army for armor every time you need it. And, but anyways, beyond that though, I would have to say that it's just a poor, it's poor foresight, really. I mean, that's the best way to explain it. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Master Chief Floyd, who said, we still have minesweepers, and it's a mission module for Independence Class LCS, and they're equal or better at it compared to the Avenger minesweeper.
That's what they say, but we haven't really seen one of those in use in combat yet, although the Adventure class was rarely ever used as well, and that makes me kind of a little bit skeptical, because, eventually an LCS will have to flee the field, and it's like, at that point, do they have to cut the autonomous vehicle off the tether? And if they do, does that mean, how much was that no monetary loss, and can we get a replacement for that quickly? And depending on those answers, it might not be that good, at least in the overall picture, beyond what it's actually capable of in demining. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And a big shout out to the bro Sat for putting a 3, and Forgotten Gear Restorations for also putting in a 4. And we appreciate the both of you very much for that support. And we also appreciate Plazant, who threw in a 3 as well. And thank you very much, Plazant, for always supporting the channel and being a longtime channel legend as well. We also have a 5 from Battlefield Boxing MMA, who said, the fact that you guys are in your mid-20s is astonishing, and the future looks bright with you guys on deck. And also, thank you for that, by the way. People are shocked to find out that we're 20. I'm 25 and Andrew's 24. So people are always shocked to find that out. Now, just because we're young, by the way, doesn't mean we're just like some random dudes that jumped on YouTube or something like that. I have a degree in political science. I actually studied that in university for 4 years. And Andrew has a degree in history. So we're not just like just random, like jumping out, like from some random place or something like that and doing it. So we have actually studied this, believe it or not. But Enforcer, what say you?
Thank you so much for the kind words, and we do have a little bit of an academic background in this sort of stuff. Um, but beyond that, I have to say that we really lean on a lot of our own learnings and knowledge to be able to run the show as well, which is something that we're both quite proud of. We were dogged on back in the day for being well, especially me for being an egghead. But it paid off. It paid off. But big thanks to you so much once again for your support. I hope that does address that well. And before we move on, I saw someone say, I think everyone should go into the military after high school or go to boot camp. I disagree. I don't think that anyone should be compelled against their will to do something for the government. And also on top of that, you have to think about how that would work in real life. A political party is going to hijack that and basically turn that into an indoctrination camp. And who knows how that would go. I mean, like, that's not really a good idea to me. I think that military service should only be compelled, just like our founding fathers largely intended, only in situations of vital national defense. We shouldn't just see the drafts are whipped out willy-nilly and thrown around left and right. I don't really like the idea of that, and I don't like compelling people to serve that don't want to serve. It's a free country for a reason, and I think that people ought to have a choice in whether or not they ever step foot into the military or not. That's a right that everybody has in this nation. But with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Joppy yet again, who said, I don't mean my previous super chats to be about domestic politics in the U.S. I'm mentioning it because the consequences for Ukraine and Europe, because of what can only be intentional at this point, is catastrophic.
I would definitely say it's very aggravating, but also the thing is, Joppy, I hope you understand this, but people are dead set in their ways no matter what. If we say something, people are just going to shut off and just be enraged. Like to be entirely honest, it doesn't, like, really a lot of what we say, especially trying to get people to think about stuff, it doesn't even matter. Like, it does not matter at all. They're either already going to agree with us or they're not, and basically there's very few people that will ever be swayed in their opinion these days. But I do thank you for support, and I definitely understand where you're coming from. It's just that the reality of trying to do something like that is a lot more sadly defeatist than it should be. The reality of it is. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
So before from Smarzig, who said, the EU, better late than never, and EU, can we please borrow your minesweepers?
Oh, isn't that funny? The British have minesweepers, and we don't. I mean, and then we just told them not to get in the war because we don't like people coming in after we win. And now they have the minesweepers we need, and we can't get them now. So, talk about really biting us in the ass. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to the Brosat once again. He said they could use MLRS, and you can stop that.
And I mean, you could. We'll have. So big thanks to you for support and helping the show to keep on running. With that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Florida Shell, who said 4 years sub last Sunday. I'm proud of you guys. An LSA OG.
Hey, and it's good to see an old guard of the LSA here. And I gotta thank you so much for the support and having been subscribed for 4 straight years. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from the Goated Don, who said greetings from Newfoundland.
And thank you so much for the support. A big hello to you up there in Newfoundland. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from Smarzig, who said time to buy EVs.
And thank you so much for the support. And time to buy electric vehicles. Oh, wait until they all hit the grid and the costs go up. Oh, man, it's going to be rough. They got to build out the grid a little bit, so that way that's possible. I'm not against EVs, and I'm not against internal combustion engines either, to each their own, but I generally lean more towards internal combustion engines myself, because the infrastructure is, at least for now, a lot more widespread for ICEs than it is electrics, at least from what I've seen. But, with that, I do thank you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from SCR, who said, what's happening in Kansas?
Kansas? Kansas? Bleeding Kansas? I don't really know of anything going on in Kansas. And also, Bleeding Kansas, folks, is a historical reference to the period in Kansas that happened from 1849 to 1859, where a great deal of political violence overtook the state on whether or not it was going to be a slave state or a free state. But beyond that, I have to say, unfortunately, I don't really know of anything going on in Kansas at the moment. So a big thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Joppy once again. He said, future mediation by the U.S. between Ukraine and Russia is at risk if the U.S. try to sell out Ukraine.
I would definitely agree with that, Choppy. I would certainly agree with that. And a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Bruce Lee. He said, it seems we know now who sweeps the minesweepers.
I suppose so, Bruce. And a big thanks to your support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Kelly Dad. He said, if they do a draft, they should draft the children of those who voted for a particular individual.
I believe that a draft should be fair, but also I'd have to say, like, I would be honest with y'all folks, I think that a law should be passed such as this, and I'll tell y'all why. I think that there should be an act passed as an amendment to the Selective Service Act, that if the Selective Service Act is activated, the children of those that currently are in political offices would have to go into military service and be treated impartially by the armed forces. I think that that's something that should be done, because just to put this out there for everyone, people in royal families, like the British royal family, all of them serve. Like all of them have served in the militaries to some capacity, and it's no weak hanky-panky thing, you know, like a paper pusher or something like that. They actually get put in combat roles because they're defenders of the realm. That's a part of their expected duties, being the sovereign of their nation. And while the political folks here in the United States are not sovereigns of the nation, they are the elected officers of the republic, and I believe that at that point we should see that their children, if a selective service or a draft is ever called, should serve to show that their entire family is behind the United States and devoted to the service of the republic, and that they, even if necessary, should put themselves in harm's way as elected officials by going to the war front and actually boosting the morale of our men, and doing anything and everything necessary, because they basically are the elected defenders of our realm. And I think that that should be a necessary action that they should take, because if they're all behind a war, they should put themselves and their families behind the war as well, like everyone else in the republic owes as their duty. But with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. That's really the historical precedent I would work off of for that. But I feel like that is deservingly fair and ought to humanize the sort of decision that would be made in that regard. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Michael Lucero, who said, oh man, I wish you'd read my question.
And we do.
Sadly, we can't address the question they put in earlier, as it gets too political. It's involving a person who's highly controversial, and we don't even want to talk about that, to be honest with you. Like, no offense to you, by the way, but we just don't even want to talk about that topic. I personally find it kind of a little bit just, I don't even want to think about it, to be honest with you. But thank you very much, Michael, for that support nonetheless. What with that, folks, we're now moving into our live chat questions and Morse code decoders. Tonight, we had the whole roster. We had Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Her Royal Fluffiness, Coach Kerbateric, Sire, and Brian. They said, Moore says, it looks like we are still going at it with Iran, and hopefully they don't mind the Strait. LOT, LSA.
And that's the sound of money. Y'all hit the dead on the nail. That is the Morse code message of the night. And y'all wouldn't believe it, folks. That actually was written right before the show. They're mining it. Wait, hang on. Let me... You know, it's kind of crazy. Why in the world wouldn't the United States expect that they mine the Strait? But a big congrats to y'all in the Least Marine Arsenal Corps for getting that correct time and time again. And sadly, folks, due to significant time constraints tonight, because the show is almost 4 hours long, we'll only be able to get 3 live chat questions, then we'll have to round out the show. And so with that, we're on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Jay Melendez. He said, I heard Russia is planning and thinking about sending Chechen forces to aid Iran, and what are your thoughts?
I haven't heard of that, honestly. I'd have to declare ignorance on that, and unfortunately, I just wouldn't know anything about that at the moment. But with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
We also have one from Dr. Pickle, who said, how is it that the oil prices haven't gone up in the past couple of days? It's actually gone down. And the reason for that is, like many people have been pointing out, the oil price is largely speculative for the most part. So it's based on investor sentiment. And the investors heard the statements from the United States that the war was short-lived. That turned out to have been reversed a few hours later. They said the war is going to go on until we defeat the enemy. So I imagine oil prices will be going back up. The one thing that will cause oil prices to absolutely skyrocket through the ceiling is if one of these commercial ships accidentally hits a mine, or somehow it gets hit by a mine, and in some way, one way or another, that'll cause the oil price to probably go crazy. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree with Enforcer Matt on that. And so with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who was the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one goes to AF Kaplan. He said, why didn't the U.S. Navy act before the IRGC got the opportunity to mine the Strait?
Because sadly, it wasn't factored in military planning. And if y'all don't believe me, folks, go listen to your elected representatives in the Congress today after they came out of another classified briefing by the Department of Defense on how things are going. And a lot of them were saying they basically just didn't even factor that into their planning, and they literally said that in the classified briefing as well. So they literally just didn't even factor that in. So the Navy had no planning or orders to work off of once the war plan was executed. So they literally just sat there and conducted the attacks on the targets they were told to attack, and then didn't do anything against the Strait of Hormuz and their forces because they hadn't had any orders to do anything at that point. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, folks, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank you all greatly once again for watching this channel tonight. We're always honored to know that so many of y'all enjoy this channel and consider it to be your primary source of news. We had a peak viewership tonight of 29,000 people, and about 241,000 people have watched this show before it ended. I've got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to each and every single one of y'all for y'all's support and also enjoying this channel tonight. And if y'all have, hit the like button. We will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short war video to be made, Enforcer Matt will be the one making that short war video. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Haram Slava, long live the East Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, a huge shout out to the 241,000 plus people that joined us by the end of the stream. And we appreciate every single one of you very much for joining us once again tonight. And be sure to join us again tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern for the next Nightly War News stream and for a short war video midday if there is enough news to cover. But with that, thank you all once again for joining us. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Heroes Slava, get some rest, and good night.